Trying to get a shot off. Shot. Goal, Amherst!
All the way. Scores and a foul.
From Memorial Field on the campus of Amherst College, welcome once again to Amherst Baseball. This is the Mammoth Sports Network powered by NSN. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Vecchione with producer Evan Haas. Rain in Amherst today, but it looks like we're going to get in this game today against Middlebury. This is a crucial game for Amherst and for Middlebury. A three-game series, a single game today, and a doubleheader tomorrow. These teams are tied at the top of the NESCAC West, along with Williams at 5-4, Wesleyan one game behind at 4-5. In the East, Tufts is 8-2, and Bates is 7-3, Trinity 8-4. So what's at stake is the NESCAC tournament, which is next weekend in Colby at Waterville. The top two in the West and the East make it. So Amherst and Middlebury tied at 5-4 apiece, along with Williams, with Wesleyan one game back in the West. This series means everything to these two teams in terms of postseason for the NESCAC. Amherst is 15-12-1 overall. Middlebury is 21-9, and Williams is 21-8 overall. In the East, Tufts 8-2 with a 24-7 record. Bates 7-3. And Trinity 8-4. Bates is 17-14 overall. Trinity 26-7. But if Bates gets a win this weekend, and they are playing Bowdoin, if they get a win this weekend, they will make it into the postseason tournament ahead of Trinity, because they beat Trinity 2 out of 3 games. So we'll see how all of this plays out in the West and the East. And before we delve deeper into this game, I want to mention that today Amherst College Baseball is honored to celebrate Pride Day. This event is co-sponsored by the Queer Resource Center, Amherst Athletics, and the Amherst College Baseball Team, and Amherst Athletes and Allies, a club committed to promoting the support of LGBT student athletes within the athletic department. The goal of today's event is to promote the inclusion of LGBTQ athletes and celebrate them for the outstanding student athletes that they are. Amherst Baseball is proud to support all of its members, regardless of their sexual orientation, and wants to thank all its fans for supporting this meaningful cause. It was founded, Amherst Athletes and Allies, in 2015 by Amherst alums Adalia Friedson, class of 15, and Taylor Summers, class of 16. The group was born out of their desire to make athletics an inclusive space for athletes who identify as LGBTQ. One of the group's first projects was the Safe Space Poster Campaign, an initiative that took place on campus in 2016. The Safe Space Campaign called on athletes and coaches to pose for a photo and name their respective playing fields areas as inclusive spaces for LGBTQ athletes. The initiative increased awareness on campus, creating visible and tangible support for LGBTQ athletes. Other club projects have included hosting a luncheon discussion with coaches and acquiring the Pride-themed bag tag. So again, it is Pride Day today at Amherst College in front of the game between Middlebury and Amherst. Now, the game was moved to a 3:30 scheduled start time. It poured here between like 1 and 2 o'clock approximately, and it rained very hard, but they have worked hard to get the field in shape. Again, we were scheduled for 3:30, but right now the teams are in the dugouts, a little bit of loosening up going on. There was no infield and outfield practice. There was hitting in the cages in the last 45 minutes or so. So not sure exactly when we're going to get going here. Again, Middlebury and Amherst, this was a scheduled 3:30 start, and we're going to have an outstanding pitching matchup when we do get underway. The rain has held off, and we should be okay at least for a while. There is rain scheduled later. Again, it's senior day tomorrow, and a doubleheader scheduled to close out this series. Weather looking okay, in and out with the rain, but it's going to rain a lot this weekend. So we'll see how easily we can get these 3 games in. Should be some very good pitching today from Middlebury. The pitcher of the year last year, Colby Morris, pitcher of the year in the NESCAC. This year he is 4-2 with a 2.77 ERA. And for Amherst, it'll be Andrew Ferrero, 1-3, but a 2.73 ERA. And this is a rematch of their game last year at Middlebury, the single game that they played in Middlebury in a crucial 3-game series last year that Amherst won 2 out of 3 to make it to the NESCAC tournament. And then Amherst went on to win the NESCAC tournament itself, and they are the defending NESCAC champions, hoping very much to get back into the NESCAC tournament. So while we wait to see when they start this game, again, this was a scheduled 3:30 start time. Haven't gotten word as to when it's going to start, but when they do, we will come back here, so keep an eye on things. It shouldn't be all that long. The rain is held off. The infield looks like it's in pretty good shape, and we'll wait to see if we get started in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. But keep an eye on things. I'm Steve Vecchione with producer Evan Haas. We'll be back soon for the start of Middlebury and Amherst. This is a single game today, a doubleheader tomorrow, a crucial 3-game series. So we'll see you soon. This is the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN. Welcome back to Amherst College. I'm Steve Vecchione with producer Evan Haas. We are getting ready for Middlebury and Amherst. We were supposed to start today at 3:30. The original start time was 4. The game did get rescheduled to 3:30 when they took a look at the weather and when the best time might be to start. But we did have rain today between 1 and 2, a lot of it, and they've worked very hard to get the field in order. The starting pitchers are warming up. Andrew Ferrero for Amherst and Colby Morris for Middlebury. And the lineups have been exchanged. It is Pride Day. We told you about that a few minutes ago here at Amherst, and the public address announcement about Pride Day here at Amherst. So, again, the starting pitchers are warming up. And we don't have an official start time, but we should be getting going shortly. So it's 3:53 on the East Coast. I'm Steve Vecchione. We will come back when the game is underway, which should be close to 4 o'clock, I would think. But stay tuned. We'll be with you as soon as the game gets underway, and it'll be Andrew Ferrero taking the mound for Amherst. Amherst and Middlebury, along with Williams, tied for the top of the NESCAC West. This series will go a long way in determining who will go to the NESCAC tournament from the West in the NESCAC next weekend in Waterville, Maine. We'll see you soon on NSN. Welcome back to Amherst College, Memorial Field. I'm Steve Vecchione. Middlebury and Amherst just about ready to get underway here Amherst 15-12-1 overall, 5-4 in the NESCAC West. Middlebury 21-9, they too 5-4 in the NESCAC West. Williams also 5-4 in the West, with Wesleyan 4-5. We'll keep an eye today on the Williams-Wesleyan game. The top 4 teams in the NESCAC vying for the top 2 slots in order to go to the NESCAC tournament. Andrew Ferrero will get the start today for Amherst. Andrew Ferrero is a senior from San Francisco for the year. He is making his 8th start. 8th appearance, 8th start. 1-3 overall record, 2 complete games. An ERA of 2.73. Interesting year for Andrew Ferrero. 33 innings, 36 hits, 29 runs in the 33 innings, but just 10 runs have been earned. 7 walks, excellent control, 26 strikeouts. Last year, Andrew Ferrero was 4-3 with a 2.21 ERA and a save, so he has demonstrated that he is capable of giving Amherst big pitching performances. His last game was a no decision in a tie with Bowdoin. He did not allow an earned run in 6 innings. That game was back on April the 28th, last Sunday. In the game, no walks, 7 strikeouts. Probably his best game of the year was the shutout over Williams on April the 6th. 4 hits in 7 innings. In the 7-0 victory over Williams, Amherst swept Williams in a doubleheader that day at Williamstown, and that has put them in position that 2 out of 3 series with Williams, along with some other wins, they are in a position, Amherst, if they can take 2 out of 3 from Middlebury, to get into the NESCAC tournament. Middlebury hoping for the same thing, and Middlebury, coached by Mike Leonard, his 3rd season, they've had a terrific year. 21-9 overall, 5-4 in the conference, and this is a multifaceted team. Their ERA, 3.15 as a team, number 1 in the NESCAC, number 7 in the country in hits per 9 innings, and the number 20 whip in the country, 1.27, Middlebury. And they are also an outstanding stolen base team, and that is going to be a major storyline for these 3 games. They are number 1 in total steals in the NESCAC. They are number 1 in the country in steals per game, 4.4. And they steal at a rate of 88.6% of the time, 132 out of 149. And the leadoff hitter, Justin Hahn, the left fielder, he has 22 steals this year. He was the NESCAC stolen base leader last year. So here we go. We're about to get underway on a rainy day at Amherst. It's not raining now. And the first pitch is a strike in this 3-game series. The home plate umpire, Tom Ryberg, Ryan DeMare, and Sam Finn, the base umpires. Count 0-1 to Justin Hahn, hitting a .330. Pitch hit out to short. That's Matt Santos at short for Amherst, and he throws to first, 1 out. So we'll talk about that in a moment. The Amherst defense, Chase Henley at first base, Daniel Chin at second, Matt Santos at short, Nick Nardone at third. In left, it is Kyler Kopax, Kai Terada Herzer in center, Joel Palmo in right, and Sevi Simeone the catcher. Andrew Hennings the batter, hitting a .308, 1 out here in the top of the first, Middlebury and Amherst. Andrew Hennings, the second baseman, the junior, 9 RBIs, a .466 on-base percentage, has walked 13 times, fouls it off. So Ferrero got Hahn to ground out to Matt Santos, and the count to Hennings, 1-1. Ferrero, the senior, with the 1-1. High 2-1. Matt Santos at shortstop in place of Stephen Burke. Stephen Burke, of course, the regular shortstop this year, and he is hitting .339 with a homer and 24 RBIs, but he is not in the lineup. Count is 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball. Santos in the hole. Backhand throws across. Base hit. Infield hit. Not a whole lot Santos can do there. That was hit somewhat slowly. He made the backhand, but Hennings with a base hit. And let's keep an eye on the Middlebury running game. Hennings has 7 stolen bases. They have had some huge games this year in terms of steals. In their last game against Union, 12 steals in the win. Here's Kevin Woodring. 345 average, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. He's the DH, the junior. 441 on base percentage, a 618 slugging percentage. Hennings on first, 1 out, top of the first, Middlebury and Amherst. Count 0-1. Runner holds the 0-1 pitch, fouled. No, he swung through that, 0-2. Kevin Woodring. He's from Norwalk, Connecticut. Last year he had 357, hitting 345 this year with 3 home runs. Count 0-2, the runner at first, Andrew Hennings, who had an infield hit. The check, and now Ferrero looked over his shoulder, trying to keep the runner close. Middlebury scores 8 runs a game. Team batting average, .299. That pitch is taken high, 1-2. On base percentage, second in the NESCAC, .412. Slugging percentage, second in the NESCAC, .432. Meanwhile, Amherst team ERA, 4.21, 7th in the NESCAC. And the teams are hitting .277 against Amherst. Count 1-2 with Hennings on first. The pitch is fouled off. He remains alive in the at-bat. Kevin Woodring, the DH. On deck, Sam Graff, the right fielder, the cleanup hitter. 1 out, 1 on. No score, top of the first. It poured here in the early afternoon, but the rain has held off. 1-2 with 1 out, the pitch. Taken, called third strike. First strikeout for Ferrero. He now has 27 strikeouts in 33 2/3 innings. Here's Sam Graff, 337 average, a homer, and 21 RBIs. 2 outs. Again, Andrew Hennings, who has the infield hit in this inning, has 7 steals on the season. Pitch is popped up and caught by Simeone on the first pitch to Graff, and Andrew Ferrero gets out of the first inning, leaving a runner. Middlebury nothing, Amherst coming to the plate. The pitcher for Middlebury, Colby Morris, who was the NESCAC Pitcher of the Year in 2018 with a 1.68 earned run average. This year, he's 4-2 with a 2.77 earned run average and 1 save. Colby Morris. He is making his 12th appearance of the year. This is his 9th start. 52 innings, 47 hits, 16 earned runs, just 13 walks in 52 innings, and 44 strikeouts. His ERA again, 2.77. Now his last start was a loss to Wesleyan, 4-2. He did go 9 innings and allowed 4 earned runs in the 4-2 loss. Pitched well in the loss, but he is a very tough pitcher. And Amherst will try and solve Colby Morris. The lineup for Amherst, Kai Terada-Herzer leading off, Joe Pomo batting second, Matt Santos, the shortstop, batting third, Chase Henley, cleanup, batting fourth, Sevi Simeone batting fifth, the catcher, Daniel Chin, the DH in this game, batting sixth, Nick Nardone, the third baseman, Kyler Kopax, the left fielder, Tyler Marshall is out at second base, batting ninth in the lineup. So here is Kai Terada-Herzer. Swings at the first pitch, 0-1. Last year, these teams played at Middlebury 3 games. It was another key 3-game series. 0-1 to Terada-Herzer. Takes it, and that's a strike, 0-2. Morris, in the first game of that 3-game series, shut out Amherst in 7 innings. 3 hits, a walk, and 5 strikeouts. Count 0-2. Hit hard in the hole, fielded at first. They flip it to Morris. Nice play by Guild with Morris covering. Terada Herzer hit a hard ground ball, but good defense. 3-1 covering. 1 out. The batter, Joe Palmo. Joe Palmo hit a 3-run homer in Amherst's last game, which was a 6-4 win over Clark on Monday. Both he and Sevi Simeone had 3-run homers in that game. First pitch, a strike to the left-handed hitting Joe Palmo, hitting a .343 with 2 homers and 23 RBIs. Sophomore season. 0-1 pitch. Fouled off. 0-2. And in that game I mentioned last year, Andrew Ferrero was the starting pitcher against Morris in that first game of the series last year at Middlebury. Count 0-2, 1 out. Swing and a miss. Morris with the strikeout. 2 quality pitchers today. On paper, this could be a low-scoring game. So the batter hitting third is Matt Santos, the senior from East Falmouth, Mass. Fouled off. Again, Stephen Burke not in the lineup. I did ask Coach Pine about it, and he said to me, coach's decision. Didn't get too deep into it, but Stephen Burke not in the lineup. We don't know if he's available. But Matt Santos getting the start. 2 outs. Fouled off. And for Matt, this is his 3rd at-bat of the season, the senior. He has 1 RBI, has a sacrifice fly. Count 0-2 with 2 out. Taken. Inside, 1-2. Chase Henley batting cleanup. Would be next if Santos can reach. The count 1-2. Got a piece of that. Stays in the at-bat, 1-2. No score, bottom of the first. Middlebury had 1 hit in the top of the first. An infield hit. But Andrew Ferrero was able to strand Andrew Hennings. 1-2 pitch to Santos. Taken. That is a called 3rd strike. 2 strikeouts for Morris in the first inning. No score after 1 on the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN.
I'm Rob Casey of Amherst Baseball, and you're watching the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN. Let's go!
Back in Amherst, no score. I'm Steve Vecchione, top of the 2nd inning. Andrew Ferrero pitching for Amherst. Just another review, if you just joined us, the significance of this series. Amherst, Middlebury, Williams, and the NESCAC West, all 5-4. Wesleyan 4-5. Hamilton 5-7. They cannot make the NESCAC postseason tournament. Top 2 in each division in the NESCAC make it to the tournament. So the significance of this series, considerable. And we'll know a lot more after today. Again, Williams and Wesleyan playing today. We'll try and keep you updated as we go along here with how that game is going, because that will have major significance as it relates to this series, the Wesleyan-Williams game. Middlebury coming up here in the 2nd inning. The leadoff hitter will be Henry Stremecki, the sophomore from Wilton, Connecticut, having a big season, tied with Sevi Simeone for the lead in the NESCAC in home runs with 5. He has 22 RBIs, hitting a .344. His sophomore season, in his first-year campaign with Middlebury, he hit .278 with no homers and 12 RBIs, so he has come on big in his sophomore season. Henry Stremecki. One hit in the game. That was an infield hit for Middlebury in the top of the first. First pitch, taken for a strike, 0-1. Next pitch to Stremecki is taken outside, 1-1. One and one with nobody out. Curveball. That's high, 2-1. Andrew Ferrero in his senior year. His dad came up and talked to me before the game. Nice to talk with his father, and he told me that, I'll tell you in a second, the 2-1 pitch, ground ball, hit to Santos, fields it, throws across, out, just got him. Good play, Santos. Throwing out Stremecki, 1 out. The batter, Alan Gill, the first baseman.
Number 36, Alan Gill.
204 average, a homer and 8 RBIs. 1 out, top of the second. Andrew Ferrero's sister, Kelly, will be going to Middlebury next year to play volleyball. I was informed she's a senior. I understand she's listening today, so Kelly Ferrero will be going to Middlebury next year to play volleyball. Fouled off, the count 1-1 with 1 out, top of the second. Left-handed hitter. Count is 1-1 with 1 out. 1-2. Now, Ferrero did pitch against Middlebury last year, gave up 11 hits and 4 earned runs in the loss to Morris in that head-to-head matchup last year, the 7-0 Middlebury win. 1-2 pitch, outside 2-2. But Amherst, after losing the first game of that 3-game series, went on to win the next 2 games, 6-3 and 8-5. A tense game 3 with Mike Dow getting the 3-inning save. But the Mammoths, by winning 2 of 3 last year, they were able to get into the NESCAC tournament. 2-2 pitch. That's high, 3-2. Going into the series last year, it was basically whoever took 2 out of 3 was going to get into the tournament. So it was kind of winner take all. And Amherst, after losing game 1, the Morris-Ferrero matchup, went on to win the next 2. There's 1 out, top of the second, no score. The count is 3-2. Taken high and away, ball 4. First walk issued by Ferrero. Second base runner for Middlebury. And again, this team, 4.4 steals per game, number 1 in the nation. 132 steals. Conversely, Amherst has trouble throwing out base stealers. But we have a bunt. And Nardone will field it, and they make the play. Taking third and making it is Guild with 2 outs. Brooks Carroll is retired on the bunt try. We'll see if that's ruled a sacrifice. It did advance Guild, who then kept going and made it into third to an uncovered base, I should say. So Middlebury has a runner at third with 2 outs. Chance to take the lead here with Gray Goolsby, the junior catcher from Austin, Texas, same town as Joe Palma. 242 average, a homer, 14 RBIs. Gray Goolsby. 2 outs, runner at third. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it back, 0-1. Goolsby is 6'1", 210. 0-1 with 2 out. Curve ball down low, ball 1. He went to the Vandergrift School in Austin. Joe Palmo went to the Westlake School. 1-1, 2 out. Runner at third, no score. Crucial series between Middlebury and Amherst. Count 1-1 to Goolsby, the pitch. Hit hard, but right at second baseman Marshall, and he'll throw to first. That was hit hard along the ground, but Marshall well positioned, and Middlebury leaves a runner at third after an inning and a half, no score on the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN. Steve Vecchione. Hello, back here at Amherst. Bottom of the second, no score, Middlebury and Amherst. So we talked about the significance of the Wesleyan-Williams game. That game is being played at Middletown. Williams in this game, the home team with a rescheduling situation. Latest update, top of the fourth, Williams leading Wesleyan 1-0. Williams, Amherst, Middlebury, all 5 and 4. Wesleyan 4 and 5. So again, Williams 1, Wesleyan 0. They're in the fourth inning. We will keep an eye and update you as best we can. But here's Chase Henley for Amherst, the cleanup hitter, against Colby Morris, the NESCAC Pitcher of the Year in 2018. First pitch was a ball. Chase Henley has 4 home runs in his senior year. 2 excellent seniors going head-to-head here. Colby Morris is from Del Mar, California, and Chase Henley from Pleasanton, California. 1-1. Fouled off. Count is 1-2. They did give Carroll a sacrifice, by the way, on that bunt in the second inning. Count 1-2. Nobody out. No score. The pitch to Henley. Fouled off. Count holds 1-2. It is Senior Day weekend at Amherst. Senior Day ceremonies tomorrow. And Chase Henley having a big senior year. Pitch taken. Just missed. 2-2. Morris had 2 strikeouts in the first inning. Palmo and Santos. Count 2-2. Nobody out. Just got a piece. Morris took something off that pitch. Henley a little out in front, but he stayed in the at-bat. Chase Henley hitting at .291 with his 4 homers, 30 RBIs. Just had 28 at-bats last year with injury issues, but having a terrific senior year. 2-2 pitch to Henley. Ground ball in the hole. Fielded it short. The play on a hop, the throw, and the pick by Guild. Carroll made the throw. 1 hop. Guild with the pick. Henley grounds out. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. And now Sevi Simeone, tied for number 1 in the NESCAC in home runs with 5. The junior from Weston, Mass. Hitting at .278 with 5 homers and 18 RBIs. Improving upon last year, and he had a good year last year defensively and with RBIs. But having a terrific junior year. 1 out. Swing and a miss with the fastball. Took a huge swing, 0-1. 2 strikeouts in an inning and a third for Morris. Amherst looking for its first base runner. No score, bottom of the second. The 0-1. That's taken inside 1-1. And again, we have a matchup of the home run leaders in the NESCAC in this game, Simeone and Stremecki. Count 1-1 with 1 out. Taken on the corner, 1-2. Colby Morris, 2.77 ERA coming into the game. The 1-2 to Simeone. Swing and a miss. Slider. 3rd strikeout for Morris. 2 outs, nobody on for Amherst. Daniel Chin, the first year, hitting a .333 with a homer and 17 RBIs. The DH in this game. Has gotten a lot of action at second base. Tyler Marshall getting the start for Amherst at second today. First pitch was a ball, 2 outs, nobody on. Next pitch, high and away, 2-0. Chin has walked 16 times. Takes a strike, has struck out 10. His on-base percentage, .438. Slugging percentage, .462. Count 1-1 with 2 out. Fouled off, 1-2. Amherst 15-12-1. They had a tie with Bowdoin last week. They tried to resume the game after it was suspended the next day, but they couldn't get it going with the field. Count 2-2. Chin lofts it to left, and that's Amherst's first hit of the game. Daniel Chin with a 2-out single. So Amherst with its first base runner, its first hit. 2 outs with Chin on first, and if you're thinking steal, Chin is 1 for 2 on the season. The batter, Nick Nardone. As a team, Amherst 37 of 49 stealing. We've talked about Middlebury. 75% of the time, Amherst converts its steals when they try. Here's Nick Nardone, the senior. Hitting at .235 with 14 RBIs. Fouls it off. The catcher, Goulsby, gave it a look, but it went over the dugout. The count 0-1. One hit apiece. Middlebury had an infield hit in the top of the first. Andrew Hennings. Chin with a 2-out single for Amherst here. Count 0-1. Throw over. He dives back. With 2 outs and a runner at first in a potentially low-scoring game, you got to figure this would be a situation to try and steal, perhaps. Pitch inside to Nardone. There are 2 out. Count is 1-1. 1-1, 2 outs, runner at first for Amherst, bottom of the second. The next pitch taken away, 2-1. Nardone hits 6th in the lineup. On deck, Kyler Kopax, getting the left field start today for Amherst. There are 2 out in this half inning. Count is 2-1 to Nardone with Chin on first. Takes a pitch on the inside corner, off speed, 2-2. Nardone has walked 23 times this year. Has struck out 12 times. Has an excellent on-base percentage, .377. 2-2 with 2 out. Hits it out to left along the line, but that is foul. That was far enough to be a home run, but it was pretty wide of the .335 foul pole. Hit it long and deep, but it never really had a chance to stay fair. Count is 2-2 with 2 out. And Nardone looking for his first homer of the year. He had 2 last year. 2-2, 2 out. Swings and foul tips that pitch. Count holds 2-2. And again, Nardone, a senior, on Senior Day weekend here. Today, Pride Day at Amherst. No score, bottom of the second. 2-2 with 2 outs. Chin on first. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Morris gets the strikeout. His 4th, 2 in each inning for Colby Morris. After 2, no score, Middlebury and Amherst on the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN.
Hey Mammoth fans, this is Zach Horowitz, and you're watching AmherstMammoths.tv.
Wesleyan has tied Williams. They're in the bottom of the fourth with Williams the home team in a game being played in Middletown. It's 1-1. We'll keep you updated on that important NESCAC West game. We move to the third inning here. Middlebury and Amherst, no score. Two outstanding pitchers. Colby Morris for Middlebury, Andrew Ferrero for Amherst. Two ERAs that are very low. Ferrero 2.73, Morris 2.77 coming into the game. So as we said on paper, this figured to be a low-scoring game, and right now, no score. Leading off for Middlebury in the top of the third, Hayden Smith, the third baseman, hitting a .277 with 20 RBIs. So it'll be Smith, and then back to the top of the lineup for Middlebury.
Number 11, Hayden Smith.
With Justin Hahn and Andrew Hennings. Hennings has the lone hit in the game, an infield hit in the first inning, lone hit for Middlebury. Pitch taken inside, ball 1 to Smith. Third inning, no score. No rain right now. 1-0 pitch. Ground ball, hit in the hole. Santos backhands, throws on the run. Not in time. Now it gets by Henley, and that'll be an error on the throw by Santos. He made a good play. Probably didn't have much of a chance to get Smith, and then the ball got by Henley, so an Amherst error. And errors, again, for Amherst have been an issue this year. We've talked about it at length on these games. For Amherst, their 65th error in 29 games now. 2.3 errors per game. Last of the NESCAC in fielding percentage, .933. So a runner at second on the infield hit and throwing error. And Justin Hahn is the batter, and he hits it out to Santos, who bobbles it, now throws, and he does not get the runner. That'll be an error on Santos. So what happened there, he looked to third before he secured the ball. He thought about going over to third to get Smith, and once he gathered the ball, he was in trouble because Hahn can run. And Hahn beats it out. An error. So now runners on the corners. A second error for Amherst in this inning, both on Santos. Here's Andrew Hennings with 9 RBIs this year. Runners on the corners. Keep an eye on Hahn at first. 22 steals, second in the NESCAC. Led the NESCAC in steals last year with 22. First pitch, again, for Middlebury, they swing, and Hennings fouls it off, 0-1. Hennings hitting a .308 coming into the game. He's 1 for 1 in this game, has one of 2 hits for Middlebury. Smith has the other. Smith is on third. Hahn is on first. Nobody out. 0-1 the count. Bunt, fouled off on the curveball, 0-2. Ferrero has 1 strikeout. He has walked 1. So this inning started with an infield hit and throwing error by Santos, putting Smith on second, and then Hahn reached on an error by Santos. So now first and third, nobody out. The count, 0-2, and Ferrero really could use a strikeout here. But first he throws over to first base to keep Hahn close if he can. Again, Hahn with 22 steals has been caught only twice. Runners on the corners, nobody out. No score in the third. Here's the 0-2 in the dirt blocked by Simeone. Now, Simeone has had trouble throwing out runners this year. And as a team, Amherst has thrown out only 4 runners in 51 attempts by the opposition. Count is 1-2, nobody out. Again, they throw over. To amplify that, Simeone, 31 attempts against him, 28 steals. Now, a lot of that is on the pitchers as well. 1-2 pitch, fouled off. And in talking to Coach Pine last week, knowing Middlebury was the opponent with all their steals this year, 132 out of 149 coming into this game, he feels like they need to place a greater emphasis on throwing over, and we've seen some of that here. Runners on the corners, nobody out. The count is 1-2. The check. And now time called by the hitter, Hennings. Andrew Hennings, the junior. From Oak Park, Illinois. Throw over again. His batting average has improved 72 points from his sophomore year last year, where he hit 236 with 8 RBIs. Again, coming in today, 308. So, a tough hitter. Count 1-2 with runners on the corners, nobody out. The pitch. Taken. Just missed. 2-2. Again, Ferrero with a thought about getting a strikeout, a little bit of a look into the home plate umpire. Tom Ryberg. We've not seen Hahn try to take off. The count 2-2. Nobody out. He holds. Ground ball hit to Marshall, to Santos, to first. He was off the bag. They don't get the double play. The run comes in to score. Fielder's choice. So give Hennings an RBI, his 10th. Henley was pulled off the bag. Now, from a scoring perspective, it's been my understanding in the past you can't presume a double play. So we'll see if right now they're showing an error on the scoreboard. But, oh, no, correction. Santos had 2 in this inning, so I don't think there's an error on that play. My mistake. So 2 errors in the inning for Amherst, but not on that play. We're going to get Jake Diano at the plate. There's 1 out. He's a left-handed hitter, so he's in the spot where Kevin Woodring was. Sophomore with 7 RBIs, hitting at 250. Count 0-1 with 1 out. Middlebury leading 1-0 here in the 3rd inning. Count 0-1. Curveball. That's high. 1-1. 1-0. The Panthers have grabbed the lead here. So again, Hennings gets an RBI on the fielder's choice. And Smith came in to score. And at the plate, it's Jake Diano, the pinch hitter. Kevin Woodring struck out in the 1st inning. So an early substitution for Mike Leonard, the coach of Middlebury, and we're not sure why Kevin Woodring came out. 2-1 with 1 out. Fouled off. Count 2-2. Diano, a sophomore from Philadelphia. Last year in his first year campaign, 308 with a homer and 5 RBIs. 7 RBIs this year. 2-2 with 1 out, runner at first. Curveball. Ball hit out to right, and Palmo easily under that one for the 2nd out. 2 outs. So with 2 outs and a runner at first, Sam Graff, the batter, popped out to Simeone, the catcher, back in the 1st inning. Graff came into the game hitting .337, a homer and 21 RBIs. Middlebury has a run in here in the 3rd inning. It's 1-0 Panthers. First pitch to Graff, taken for a ball. Count 1-0. Taken high, 2-0. The inning started with an infield hit and throwing error, putting Hayden Smith on second base. Then Justin Hahn reached on an error. And then Andrew Hennings hit into a fielder's choice for an RBI. There are 2 out, and Hennings is on first. We haven't seen Middlebury do a lot of running yet. Hennings 7 for 7 in steal tries this year. Count is 2-0. Again, Amherst and Ferrero, they've been throwing over a lot. 2-0 pitch. Fouled off. 2-1. Henry Stremecki would be next if Graff can keep the inning going. 2-1, 2 out. Runner at first. 1-0 Middlebury. The 2-1 pitch. Curveball. That's a strike. 2-2 taken. Middlebury with 2 hits. Amherst with 1. Amherst has 2 errors in this inning, pushing their errors total for the year now to 66 in 28 plus games. This is the 29th game for Amherst. 2-2 pitch. Popped along the right side. Henley chasing it. Under it, but he can't make the play. Marshall came over too, but it was Henley making the attempt and it falls in. So the at-bat remains for Sam Graff. Henley got a little tangled up trying to get under the ball. Tough play. Not a lot of wind here today. Oftentimes it's very windy here, but not a windy day. So it's still 2-2 to Sam Graff with Hennings on first and 2 out. Pitch in the dirt. Simeone blocks it, but now the count is 3-2, and Hennings will take off here automatically with the count 3-2 and 2 out. Middlebury with a run in here in the third, leading 1-0 over Amherst in this big 3-game series. 1 game today, 2 tomorrow. The runner takes off the 3-2, blooped, and Santos in short center. The shortstop makes the catch. And Amherst is through the top of the third with Andrew Ferrero on the mound today, but Middlebury scoring a run in the top of the third. And after 2.5, it was Middlebury 1 and Amherst nothing. So Amherst, Middlebury, Williams all 5-4, Wesleyan 4-5 in the NESCAC West. In the head-to-heads, and we'll keep an eye on this should there be tiebreaker scenarios this weekend. Amherst has beaten Williams 2 out of 3. Conversely, Wesleyan beat Amherst 2 out of 3. Meanwhile, Middlebury, they beat Wesleyan 2 out of 3. However, Williams beat Middlebury 2 of 3. So those are important factors if there are ties. Now, if there's a 3-way tie, and it works out in a certain way, the next thing that they go to beyond head-to-heads would be the records versus the 3 opponents amongst one another. So that would be the next step, depending upon, of course, who's tied and how it all works out. And as I said, we'll know a lot more tomorrow. Both Wesleyan and Williams are playing 2 games tomorrow. Middlebury and Amherst playing 2 games tomorrow. And Williams, by the way, has taken the lead on Wesleyan, 3-1 in the bottom of the 4th. We'll keep an eye there. And remember, if you're Amherst, you have beaten Williams 2 out of 3, but you have lost 2 out of 3 to Wesleyan. Up at the plate for Amherst is Kyler Kopax. Playing left field, the count is 1-1. Kopax, .333 with a homer and 6 RBIs. Amherst with 1 hit in the game. That's hit to right, base hit for Kyler Kopax, leading off the bottom of the 3rd. So Kopax getting on and starting this bottom of the 3rd as the leadoff hitter and runner for Amherst. He's now 9 for 25 on the season. He has 1 steal this year and 1 attempt. Tyler Marshall, 9th in the lineup. We'll see if he's bunting here. He does try to bunt, but he fouls it off 0-1. Tyler, in limited at-bats, has 1 hit this year in 18 at-bats. So you would figure this would be a bunting situation for him. Good fielder. Batting ninth in the lineup. Kopach's led off this inning with a base hit. He's on first. The count is 0-1. Marshall does get it down. Fielded by Smith, and he makes the play. Well executed sacrifice by Tyler Marshall. Kopach's the tying run on second with one out. Back to the top of the Amherst lineup. Kai Torada Herzer. One out. Runner at second. What's interesting about the weather today, it's not raining now, and it may be one of the most comfortable days we've had here with no rain. It's actually kind of comfortable. Not a lot of wind. It's not that cold. Hope the rain holds off. Tying run at second, bottom of the third. One out. Pitch to Torada Herzer, ball one. Torada Herzer, 9 RBIs, a 443 OBP coming in today, a 313 batting average. Batting leadoff. Count 1-0 with one out. Torada Herzer takes 1-1. 1-0 Middlebury, bottom of the third. Middlebury scored in the top of this inning on a fielder's choice RBI for Andrew Hennings. 1-1, one out. Runner at second for Amherst. Torada Herzer takes a strike on the outer half, 1-2. Amherst had 2 errors in the top of the third, leading to the Middlebury run. Count 1-2, one out to Torada Herzer. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled off, count holds. So the run for Middlebury unearned in the third inning. So Andrew Ferrero this year has allowed 30 runs, 10 earned runs out of the 30. 1-2, one out, runner at second. Torada Herzer at the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Hit to the right side along the line. Will it fall? The dive. It is foul. Diving effort by Graff. The ball fell foul, wide of the line. Torada Herzer served it the opposite direction, and it was a few feet foul. An outstanding effort by Sam Graff out in right field. So Torada Herzer back to the plate. Kopach goes back to second. One out. Count 1-2. Kopach singled, was sent to second on a sacrifice bunt by Tyler Marshall. 1-2 pitch. Torada Herzer fouls it off. Count remains 1-2. Joe Pomo on deck. Torada Herzer with the 9 RBIs. A 443 OBP. Gets on base a lot. A prototypical leadoff hitter. 1-2 with one out. Hit to short. Carroll throws to third, and he is out. Good play by Carroll, retiring Kopach. Ball hit to the shortstop. Kopach took off from second, and Carroll read the play perfectly, threw to Smith covering, and they retire Kopach on the 6-5 fielder's choice. The rule of thumb, you hold it second when the ball's hit to the left side, but Kopach took off. Carroll sized it up, made the proper play, got the lead runner. So now Torada Herzer on first with 2 outs. Pomo the batter. Fouls off the first pitch, I should say, 0-1. So now it's Torada Herzer on first with 2 out. Amherst had a runner in scoring position. Torada Herzer 5 for 7 on stolen base attempts this year with 2 out here. Count 0-1. Pomo reaches out, and that's a base hit to left center. Stopping at second is Torada Herzer. So Pomo with the base hit. Second hit for Amherst in the inning. And now they have first and second with 2 outs, and a chance to get the tying run home at least, with a runner now in scoring position and 2 outs. And here is Stephen Burke coming to the plate. So he is available. Did not start the game, but he's up there now in place of Matt Santos. Stephen Burke. First and second, 2 outs. Swings at the curveball, 0-1. Burke hitting at .339 with a homer and 24 RBIs. We told you it was a coach's decision. Did not get the start, but he's up there now with first and second and 2 outs. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Oh and 2, 2 outs. Torada Herzer on second, Palmo on first. Morris to Burke. Excellent matchup here. 0-2 pitch. That's low. He did not go after that off speed. 1-2. One and two, 2 outs, first and second. Big at bat here in the third inning for Stephen Burke. Fouled off. One and two, 2 out. One-two pitch. Fouled off. Count holds 1-2. Amherst with runners at first and second. The runner at second, Torada Herzer. The runner at first is Joe Palma. 1-2 pitch. Taken low, 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. Colby Morris, the starter for Middlebury. Two-two pitch. Diving play at third by Smith. Across. They get the out. Tremendous defensive play on the hard ground ball between third and short. Hayden Smith with the play, retiring Burke. Amherst strands 2 in the third. 1-0 Middlebury after 3 on NSN. Top of the fourth. Hayden Smith with the big defensive play at third base for Middlebury, robbing Stephen Burke of a base hit and an RBI potentially. We're in the fourth inning, 1-0 Middlebury. Henry Stremecki, the batter. 5 homers this year, tied for the NESCAC lead. First pitch is strike 1. Count 0-1. Curveball, 1-1. Fourth inning, 1-0 Middlebury. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Middlebury scored in the third inning. One and two, nobody out. Taken high. 2-2. Andrew Ferrero in his fourth inning of work for Amherst. Fouled off. Count holds 2-2. Two and two, nobody out. 1-0 Middlebury, fourth inning. Taken, just missed. Good eyes, Stremecki. Count 3-2. Three and two, nobody out. The pitch, ground ball, fielded by Nardone at third. Across, one out. So on the 3-2 pitch, Stremecki grounds out, I should say. Now Alan Gill, the batter, walked back in the second inning.
Now batting number 36, Alan Gill.
2 hits for Middlebury, 3 for Amherst. Amherst left 2 in the bottom of the third. One out, fourth inning. Count 0-1. Want to correct something from the third inning. I believe I had said that Matt Santos was at short, and there were 2 errors in that inning. Stephen Burke had checked into the game, and that was actually number 20, Burke at shortstop, not Santos in that third inning. So it was Burke with the errors in that inning. Count 1-1, 1 out. So I just want to give that correction. Burke had come in, didn't see the change in the third inning, and Middlebury with the run. Burke again did not get the start in this game. He was put into the game before his at bat, which came in the bottom of the third. So I just want to give that correction. Count 1-2, 1 out. Fouled off. In my calls, I had Santos with the errors, but it was Stephen Burke, who has made errors this year at shortstop for Amherst at a kind of a high rate. Ball hit out to center. That's going to fall for a single for Alan Gill, the 1-out hit. The 2 errors for Burke. He's up to 21 errors now for the season. And Middlebury scored an unearned run in that third inning. It was a Smith infield hit and a throwing error by Burke. And then Burke had trouble on the Hahn ground ball, thinking he could get the runner Smith at third. And then he bobbled the ball and then committed the error as Hahn beat the play. That led to the run for Middlebury on a fielder's choice. 1 out, fourth inning. Pitch to Brooks Carroll, taken for a strike. Carroll had a sacrifice in the second inning. He's 0 for 0 officially with the sacrifice bunt. 320 hitter. 2 steals for Guild this year in 2 tries. Very interesting. We've not seen a lot of running to this point by Middlebury, as that pitch was a strike. Count 0-2 with 1 out. Mike Leonard, the coach of Middlebury, in his third year. They were the NESCAC runner-up in the tournament in 2017. In his first year, with a 22-16 record, second most wins in program history. Last year they were 16-16. Took it to the last weekend before Amherst took them 2 out of 3 to get into the NESCAC tournament and eventually become the NESCAC champions. 0-2 with 1 out. 3 hits apiece. Oh and 2, 1 out. That's away, 1-2. Middlebury with an unearned run in the 3rd inning. Ferrero, again, has allowed 30 runs this year, only 10 earned. Count is 1-2 with 1 out. Curveball. Taken for a called 3rd strike. Carroll, caught looking. Second strikeout for Ferrero. The batter, Gray Goolsby. Grounded out to second, back in the 2nd inning. And again, Andrew Ferrero throwing over. Don't have an official count how many times he's thrown over, but he's been trying to keep the Middlebury runners close. First pitch to Goolsby. Taken for a strike. Goolsby came up with a runner in scoring position in the 2nd inning, but grounded out to Marshall at second. Count 0-1 with 2 out. Fouled off. Oh and 2, 2 out. Runner at first with 2 out. Ferrero steps off. Alan Guild had a 1-out single. Ferrero struck out Carroll. Count here 0-2 to Gray Goolsby. Timeout called. Ferrero was in the middle of his motion and he just kept the motion going and he threw the ball to home plate, so he didn't pull up there. So we'll reset here with the count 0-2, 2 outs. Middlebury with a runner on first. They lead 1-0 here in the 4th. The 0-2. Served out along the right field line, and that is foul. Palmo chasing, but no play. Back to first goes Alan Guild. Gray Goolsby back in the box. Andrew Ferrero back to the mound. 0-2 with 2 out, 3 hits apiece, 2 Amherst errors, an unearned run for Middlebury in the 3rd inning. The 0-2 popped up along the right side. Palmo calls for it in right field, makes the catch, and Ferrero gets through the 4th inning with no Middlebury runners scoring after 3.5. Middlebury 1, Amherst 0 on the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN.
Oh, glad you're watching. I'm Landry Mayo with the Amherst baseball team, and you're watching Mammoth Sports Network.
Chase Henley leading off for Amherst in the bottom of the 4th, 1-0 Middlebury. Colby Morris out there for his 4th inning of work. Swing and a miss, off speed, 0-1. Morris has allowed 3 hits. He stranded 2 Amherst runners in the second, helped on a terrific play by his third baseman. Hayden Smith, who made a diving play going to his left, got up and threw out Stephen Burke to get out of the third inning for Colby Morris, with Amherst leaving 2. Did he go? I do not believe he did, so the count is now 1-2 to Henley. A little more body there than bat. Henley, Simeone, and Chin here for Amherst in the 4th inning. 1-2 the count, nobody out. Off speed, he reaches for it, slowly hit. Carroll charges, throws, gets him. 1 out. The batter, Simeone. Struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. Morris has 4 strikeouts in the game. Has allowed 3 hits. 1 out. It's a dark late afternoon at Amherst, but the rain is so far held off. We got started about a half an hour later than we were scheduled today. Count 1-0. Punched to second base and caught by Hennings. 2 out. 2 outs, nobody on for Daniel Chin. He was up in the same situation in the 2nd inning and singled with 2 outs, but was left on first when Nardone struck out. First pitch taken down low, ball 1. Quickly the 1-0 pitch. Hit in the hole, another dive by Smith. Across, he makes the play. Wow, what a defensive performance thus far by Hayden Smith, the third baseman of Middlebury. He made a diving play to strand 2 Amherst runners in the 3rd inning, and with 2 outs and nobody on, he dives again and makes the play, snagging the ground ball, getting up and throwing out Chin. Terrific defensive game for Hayden Smith, the junior from Charlotte, North Carolina. So after 4 innings, a shutout for Middlebury and Colby Morris thus far, with some excellent defense. 1-0 Panthers after 4. We move to the 5th inning. We told you about last year the key 3-game series between these 2 teams. It was a winner-take-all, basically. And Amherst won the series 2 out of 3. And Middlebury won the first game in the matchup between the 2 pitchers today, Colby Morris and Andrew Ferrero. But then Amherst won game 2 last year, 6-3 of the doubleheader they played on May the 5th. Sam Schneider, the senior for Amherst, 2 earned runs in 8 innings, and Mike Dowell got the save in that game. Sevi Simeone, 3 for 4 with a homer and a triple with 3 hits and 2 RBIs in that game. And Nick Nardone had a run-scoring double. And then basically the game for all the marbles to get into the NESCAC tournament was an 8-5 Amherst win. There were 8 combined errors in the game. Middlebury made 5 of them. It was a big day for Joe Palmo, who went 3 for 5 with 3 runs scored and an RBI. Will Murphy, 2 for 5 and a run scored and 2 RBIs. Max Steinhorn, the senior, 3 for 6 with 2 RBIs. Sam Ellenwood had 4 hits, the senior, in 5 at-bats for Amherst. And the winner in that game was Zach Harwitz in relief, 2 2/3 scoreless innings. But Mike Dow, the 3-inning save last year, as part of his 7 saves for the season, to secure the NESCAC postseason spot for Amherst. And they went on to become the NESCAC champion by beating Bates in 12 innings and then defeating Tufts 9-2 and 3-2 last year in the NESCAC tournament. So again, these teams playing a 3-game series with Williams a contender this year as well. We move to the top of the 5th. Andrew Ferrero pitching to Hayden Smith, who is a star of this game right now. An infield hit. He scored the lone run. Takes a pitch. On his base hit, Stephen Burke had a throwing error, and Smith eventually went in and scored on a fielder's choice. And he has the two great defensive plays in this game. Count 0-2, nobody out. Ground ball hit to Burke at short. He'll throw to first low, but Henley makes the put out, 1 out. Justin Hahn, the batter. Hahn hit the ground ball to Burke in the 3rd inning that Burke bobbled for an error, and that created 1st and 3rd and nobody out for Middlebury. They scored on the next with the next batter, Andrew Hennings, on a fielder's choice ground ball. That's ripped to center, base hit for Hahn. Now he's on for the 2nd time today. Again, 22 steals last year, the NESCAC stolen base leader. 22 second in the league this year. We'll see if they're thinking steal here. No steals for Middlebury yet in this game. Let's just repeat some of these steal numbers for Middlebury. 132 for 149, 88.6% of the time. Number 1 in the country in steals per game, 4.4. The batter, Hennings. He has the lone RBI in the game on a fielder's choice. Amherst almost completed a double play, but the throw on the conversion was wide of first with Henley off the bag. First pitch, base hit. Hennings. He's now 2 for 3. Taking second is Hahn. So Middlebury with 2 runners on and 1 out. So the batter is Alec Rich. In this spot in the lineup, we started out with Kevin Woodring, the DH, who struck out. Diano, the pinch hitter for him in the 3rd inning, flew out. And now we're going to see Alec Rich, who's a first year with a 283 average and a homer and 5 RBIs. So the 3rd Middlebury hitter in this 3rd spot in the lineup. Interesting. Chance for the batter Rich with a homer and 5 RBIs, the pinch hitter. Hahn on second, Hennings on first. 1-0 Middlebury, 5th inning. A long look by Ferrero. And now time called. Middlebury already up a run. Chance to extend the lead here. 1st and 2nd, 1 out. The pinch hitter, Alec Rich from Kentfield, California. Pitches low. Ball 1. And, of course, Andrew Ferrero from San Francisco. First and second, 1 out. Count is 1-0. Now Ferrero steps off and looks Hahn back to second. Amherst has done a good job containing the running game of Middlebury. But they trail by a run. 5 hits now for Middlebury. Count is 1-0 with runners at first and second. Pitch fouled off. Alec Rich. R-I-T-C-H. Pinch hitting. The 3rd Middlebury Panther to hit in the number 3 spot in the lineup. Woodring, Diano, and now Rich. Hahn is at second. Hennings is at first. 1 out. 1-0 Middlebury, 5th inning. 1-1 from Ferrero. Curveball. Taken for a strike. 1-2. On deck, Sam Graff batting cleanup. 0 for 2 in the game. 1-2, 1 out. Ferrero wants to keep it right where it is at 1-0 Middlebury. Chance for the Panthers to extend the lead. Middlebury scoring 8 runs per game on average coming in today. 1-2, 1 out. Curveball down low, 2-2. So a big moment here for the Mammoths. Already down a run here. Looking to keep it where it is with first and second, a 1 out. The count 2-2. The 2-2 pitch to Rich. Upcoming, but now Ferrero steps off. So we've talked about this idea of keeping the runners close, trying to contain the Middlebury running game. 132 total steals coming into the game. 2-2, 1 out. The pitch to Rich. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Ferrero. Third of the game. So now 2 outs for Sam Graff. He's popped up to Simeone and popped up to Burke at short. 337 hitter coming in today with a homer and 21 RBIs. The senior from Loma, Colorado. He's improved his batting average by nearly 100 points from last year. Hit 242 with a homer and 17 RBIs. 2 outs, runners first and second. That's hit down the line, base hit to left. Slipping Kopax, slipping, rounding third, the runner at third, Hahn. But he gets home and dives into home. And taking third is Hennings. 2 players slipped on the base hit by Graff. He gets an RBI. Kopax slipped out and left, and rounding third, Hahn slipped, but he was able to get up, and then he dove head first into home plate, scoring the run for Middlebury, and Hennings is on third. Graff with the RBI hit. Now Stremecki, the batter, 0 for 2 in the game. It's 2-0 Middlebury. Second and third, 2 outs. A 2-out base hit for Graff, knocking in a run. And Middlebury looking for more with 2 runners in scoring position. They have 6 hits now. Curveball. Taken for a strike, 0-1. Kopax slipped out and left. He got the ball back in. Hahn had slipped rounding third, but he got up and scored in time. Second and third, 2 outs. Count 0-1. Next pitch. Fastball away. They'll pitch carefully to Stremecki, who's got 22 RBIs this year with his 5 homers and 344 batting average coming into the game. There is an open base. 2-0 Middlebury. 5th inning. Count 1-1. Second and third with 2 outs. Graff was given credit for a single on that base hit. He advanced to second on the throw. 1-1 pitch. Down low, 2-1. Hennings on third, Graff on second. Hahn has scored in this inning on the base hit by Graff with 2 outs. Count 2-1 to Stremecki. 6 hits for the Panthers, 3 for Amherst. Middlebury leading 2-0. 2-1 pitch. Popped up short right. Palmo has it. Lined up. Makes the catch. Big out for Ferrero. Leaving runners at second and third, but Middlebury does score in the 5th inning. And they lead 2-0 after scoring a run in the top of the 5th. They have individual runs in the 3rd and the 5th. Updating you from Middletown, where Wesleyan is playing Williams. Williams, the designated home team, even though the game is in Middletown. And right now the Eafs have a 5-1 lead in the bottom of the 6th. Again, the significance. 3 teams tied at 5 and 4. Wesleyan 4 and 5. Amherst, Middlebury, and Williams all 5 and 4. 2 of the 4 teams remaining in contention will make it to the NESCAC tournament. And right now, the Panthers in Game 1 of this 3-game series, they lead 2-0 here in the bottom of the 5th at Amherst. I'm Steve Vecchione with producer Evan Haas today. It rained early afternoon, very hard. It stopped around 2:15. Neither team took infield or outfield. They did some hitting in the cage. We were a little late getting started. But we have a good pitching duel Right now, Colby Morris has a shutout going, and he's been helped by some outstanding defense at third base by Hayden Smith, who's made 2 diving plays at third on defense today for Middlebury. Nardone leading off for Amherst here in the bottom of the 5th, and the count is 0-1. The first time he made the diving play, Smith, that stranded 2 Amherst runners. Nardone sends it out to right. And making the catch, Graff, 1 out. On the fly ball to right, the batter, Kyler Kopax, who singled back in the 3rd inning. He was erased when Terada Herzer hit a ground ball to Brooks Carroll, and Carroll threw out Kopax at 3rd back in that 3rd inning. Pitch taken for a strike. Joe Palmo and Kopax had hits in that 3rd inning, but Burke was robbed by Smith on the diving play, fouled off. And Amherst left 2 in the 3rd inning after Middlebury had scored in the top of the 3rd. Middlebury has added a run here in the top of the 5th. They lead 2-0, and the count 0-2 to Kopax. Curveball taken. Oh, it hit him. That hit him. So Kopax reaches for the 2nd time in the game. An 0-2 curveball. And Kopax takes the base. Here's Tyler Marshall, who executed a sacrifice bunt in the 3rd inning. So we'll see if he's bunting here with 1 on, 1 out. Again, Kopax on first. He's not bunting. Pitch taken, ball 1. There is 1 out. Marshall 1 for 18 on the season with an RBI. There is an out, though, here in this situation, so he's at the plate swinging right now. Takes. And I believe we had a balk call. So, with the balk, Kopax takes 2nd. Chance for Amherst. They have a runner in scoring position. Kopax on 2nd with 1 out. 1-0 pitch. Popped along the right field line. Graff chasing it. It falls in the bullpen. Out of play. 1-1 the count with 1 out. So Kopax was hit by a pitch, and then he took 2nd on a balk. Amherst trying to manufacture a run here. Trailing by 2. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The 1-1 pitch to Marshall. Taken. Outside 2-1. The NESCAC Pitcher of the Year in 2018, Colby Morris. A 1.68 ERA last year, 64 in the 3rd innings. 2.77 ERA coming in to today's game. And he's scoreless through 4 in the 3rd. 2-1 pitch. Marshall sends it to the right side. Fielded at 2nd by Hennings. Crossing over to 3rd, Kopax. Out is Marshall. So Amherst with a runner at 3rd and 2 outs. Kai Terada Herzer, the leadoff hitter for Amherst. He comes up in this RBI situation with 2 out. 0 for 2 in the game. He was at the plate and hit the ground ball to short, where Carroll, the shortstop, threw to 3rd, retiring Kopax. Terada Herzer reached on a fielder's choice. Kopax now is on 3rd with 2 outs. He was hit by a pitch. There was a balk and a ground ball, putting Kopax at 3rd. 2 outs for Terada Herzer. Amherst down 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch to Terada Herzer. Curveball. That's high, ball 1. Middlebury with an unearned run in the 3rd and a run-scoring hit by Sam Graff in the 5th. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Amherst with a runner at 3rd, 2 outs. 1-0 pitch. Curveball. Taken for a strike. Outer half, 1-1. Colby Morris, the senior. 1-1 the count. Terada Herzer Right field, but on the line, caught. Out and right by Graff, who was well positioned. Terada Herzer hit it hard, but Amherst leaves a runner on third on the line drive out by Terada Herzer. After 5, Middlebury 2, Amherst nothing on the Mammoth Sports Network powered by NSN.
This is Severino Simeone of the Amherst College baseball team. Catch us all season on AmherstMammoth.tv.
Top of the 6th, 2-0 Middlebury. Andrew Ferrero back out there for Amherst. He has pitched 5 innings, has allowed 6 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, 2 looking. He left 2 runners on in scoring position back in the 5th, keeping this a 2-0 game, getting the tough Henry Stremecki. Amherst unable to push across a run in the bottom of the 5th. They had a runner at third with 2 outs, but Terada Herzer lining out. Looking at Ferrero's pitching performance thus far, he's thrown 82 pitches, 27 balls, 55 strikes, a 671 strike percentage, 7 ground ball outs, 5 fly ball outs. And with runners on base, he's retired 11 of 13 hitters, so he's done a good job with runners on base. Middlebury does have 2 runs, 1 earned here as we move to the top of the 6th. And it's Alan Guild coming up to the plate for Middlebury. 1 for 1 and a walk, so he's been on base twice, the first baseman. Alan Guild is from Kensington, Connecticut. Junior. Two nothing Mammoths trailing. Williams was ahead of Wesleyan last time we checked. Curveball. Ball 1 as we start the top of the 6th. They're in the top of the 7th in Middletown with Williams leading Wesleyan 5-1. Amherst, Middlebury, Williams, all 5 and 4 in the NESCAC West. Pitch is popped up, short center. Back is Burke, and he makes the play. Terada Herzer was charging from center, but Burke went pretty far out and made the play, 1 out. The batter, Brooks Carroll, 0 for 1 in a sacrifice. One out, nobody on. Carroll swings and misses at the fastball. 6 hits for Middlebury. A 1 pitch, fouled off. Hennings has 2 hits. Graff has a hit and an RBI. Hahn has a hit. Guild has a hit and Smith has a hit. 1 out, count is 0-2. Swing and a miss. 4th strikeout for Andrew Ferrero. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. He has not had a 1-2-3 inning in the game. Looking for his first 1-2-3 inning. Greg Goolsby, the batter, 0 for 2. Hits it hard, but right at Nardone. Fields it, throws across, 1-2-3. Goolsby hit it very hard, but right at Nardone. And Middlebury does not score in the top of the 6th. They have individual runs in the 3rd inning and 5th inning, but it remains Middlebury 2 and Amherst nothing as we Take it to the bottom of the 6th. Colby Morris, the starter for Middlebury. He's gone 5 innings, has allowed 3 hits, no runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts, 1 looking. He has thrown 75 pitches, 19 balls, 56 strikes for a 747 strike percentage. He does have a 1-hit batter. He hit Kolpax on an 0-2 pitch, but he has remarkable control. Colby Morris, we talked about it initially, coming into the game, just 13 walks in 52 innings. So now 13 walks for Colby Morris in 57 innings. With runners on base in this game, he's retired 5 of the 6 hitters. 8 ground ball outs, 3 fly ball outs. And again, we've talked about it. He's been helped by 2 outstanding defensive plays by third baseman Hayden Smith in this game. The first one stranding 2 Amherst runners in the 3rd inning. So now it's 2, 3, and 4 for Amherst here in the bottom of the 6th. Leading off is Joe Palmo, 1 for 2 in the game. 2-0 Middlebury. First pitch, righty to lefty. Palmo squared as if to bunt, took the pitch, and it's called a strike, 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Palmo. Fouled off 0-2. 2-6-0 for Middlebury. 0-3, excuse me, 0-3 and 2 for Amherst. The 2 errors by Stephen Burke. And that led to the first run of the game, an unearned run in the 3rd inning. 0-2 to Palmo. Taken. Outside, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled off. Count holds 1-2. The doubleheader tomorrow, 12:30 scheduled start time, game 1 on Senior Day. 1-2 pitch, curveball, down low, 2-2. Two and two, nobody out. In the dirt, 3-2. So Palmo has 19 walks this season. 3-2 pitch. Taken. Outside. We talked about Morris's control. That's his first walk of the game. Amherst with a leadoff runner on here in the bottom of the 6th. Second time Palmo has gotten on base. So here's Stephen Burke. Did not start the game. We were not given official reason why he didn't start. Matt Santos got the start. Burke is 0 for 1, though, after coming into the game. He came in the game, had a couple fielding errors, leading to the first run for Middlebury. Then he came up with first and second and 2 outs in the 3rd and hit a hard ground ball, the terrific play at 3rd. Now he hits a ground ball up the middle, fielded by Carroll, gets the 1 out, and a terrific pick at first base on the low throw by Guild. Double play for Middlebury. Retiring Palmo, the runner, and Burke was out on the double play ball. Great play by Guild at first. The Middlebury defense, 3rd fewest errors this year in the NESCAC. Henley, next batter, pops it up on the infield. Smith calls for it, makes the catch in front of the mound. So it began as a promising inning for Amherst, a double play ball, and then a pop out after 6. 2-0 Middlebury on the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN. They have moved to the 8th inning. In Middletown, Williams remains ahead of Wesleyan 5-1. Jack Bowen of Williams, 7 innings, 6 hits, an unearned run. That's all he's allowed. So that game may end before ours. We'll try and keep you updated. Tomorrow, Bates plays Bowdoin. And a big game for them. They can clinch a spot in the NESCAC tournament if they win against Bowdoin tomorrow. Tufts 8-2 in the East. Bates 7-3. Trinity 8-4, but Bates has taken Trinity 2 out of 3 this year. Trinity having a very good season at 26-7. But if Bates can get a win at Bowdoin this weekend, they will be in the NESCAC tournament. 7th inning. Back out there, Andrew Ferrero for Amherst, and here is Hayden Smith, 1 for 2 and a run scored to go along with his 2 outstanding defensive plays. 6 hits for Middlebury. They lead 2-0. Bunt. Nardone, bare hand, throw. Nice play. Excellent play by Nardone. Retiring Smith, so a little bit of turnaround fair play on the third baseman Hayden Smith. The third baseman Nardone making the play on Smith. Looking for the bunt hit. Back to the top of the lineup, Justin Hahn, who had that adventurous 5th inning where he singled and scored. He slipped rounding third on the base hit by Graff, got up and then dove head first into home, finally scoring. But Hahn, a terrific player. That was the 30th run that he has scored this year. .330 average coming in with 21 RBIs, a .442 on base percentage, 8 doubles, 2 triples, the 22 steals. Big junior year for Justin Hahn, the leadoff hitter. 1 out, the count 1-1. Pitch on the outer half, 1-2. Two nothing Middlebury, top of the 7th. Ferrero had a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th inning, his first 1-2-3 inning. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. It's very dark, as I've said a couple times here. It looks like it could rain, but it has held off to this point. 2-2, 1 out. 7th inning. We are crossing our fingers that we get this game in. 2-2, 1 out. Ground ball foul. Middlebury 21-9 overall. 2-2. Down low, 3-2. They had a really tough beginning to the year. A 10-inning loss to Stevens Institute in their first game, 5-4. But in that game, they kind of set the tone for their year with 7 steals in the loss. And they've been stealing away this year. They've also gotten a lot of wins. 3-2, 1 out. Ball 4. So Hahn, with his 22 steals this year on first, 1 out. Here's Andrew Hennings, who is 2 for 3 and an RBI. He got the RBI on his lone out on a fielder's choice. Amherst could not convert a double play. Hahn on first. Ground ball in the hole. That's a base hit to left. Third hit for Hennings. Hahn is on second. It was the same situation literally in the 5th inning. First and second, 1 out with Hahn on second and Hennings on first. We've had 3 hitters hit in this spot in the lineup for Middlebury, and now, for the second time in the game, Alec Rich will come to the plate. We've seen Kevin Woodring, Jake Diano, and Alec Rich in this spot. The 3 hitters combined 0 for 3. Rich getting a second try. Meanwhile, J.P. Pine at the mound. Zach Harwitz warming up for Amherst. Ferrero has allowed 7 hits in 6 1/3 to this point. He has thrown 98 pitches. Now Tom Ryberg comes out and J.P. Pine's going to leave him in. So with the right-handed hitting Alec Rich, Ferrero stays in there. Horowitz warming up as a lefty. Of course, Horowitz is a good crossover pitcher. He does well against right-handed hitters too, but they're going to leave Ferrero out there in this spot. First and second, 1 out. Hans on second. Hennings is on first. Rich the batter. Long check the pitch. Bunt. Fouls off the pitch, 0-1. So he was bunting for a hit in that spot. First and second, 1 out. Rich the first year with a homer and 5 RBIs. He has been to the plate 61 times now. Has 2 doubles. Has walked 13 times and struck out 11. First year. From California. 0-1, 1 out. Runners first and second, 2-0 Middlebury, 7th inning. 7 hits Middlebury, 3 for Amherst. The 0-1 by Ferrero. That's a ball, 1-1. Ferrero has allowed 31 total runs this year. 11 of them have been earned. His ERA at an excellent number coming in today. Has had trouble getting wins though. 1-1 pitch. High and away, 2-1. Ferrero's record coming into the game, 1-3. He has now pitched 39 1/3 innings. The count is 2-1. 1 out, runners first and second. 2-0 Middlebury, looking for more here in the 7th inning. Ferrero looks Hahn back to second. Hahn again, second in the NESCAC and steals with 22. And Hennings, the back runner, has 7. This running team we have not seen running in this game from Middlebury. Amherst has kept them close. 2-1 pitch. Hit to center, and that's going to fall. Pomo fields it. Hahn held up. He's going to stop at third. Wasn't sure if it was going to get caught, but it fell in for a base hit. So Rich with the single. Hahn at third. Hennings at second. Rich now the runner at first. Here's Sam Graff, who has a run-scoring hit back in the 5th inning, 1 for 3 with an RBI. Has 22 RBIs on the season. Chance for Middlebury to break open this game. Bases loaded, 1 out, 7th inning. No visit to this point by J.P. Pine. Zach Horowitz continues to warm up. It's a righty versus righty matchup. Bases loaded, 1 out. The pitch. Taken low, ball 1. It doesn't get easier in the lineup with Stremecki on deck. 1-0, 1 out, bases full. Hahn on third, Hennings on second, Rich on first. The pitch. Down low, 2-0. Ferrero has walked 2 in the game. Behind here, 2-0. Excellent hitters count with 1 out for Graff with the bases loaded. 2-0 pitch. Hit out to left center. Kopac's back makes the catch, but that will be a sacrifice fly for Sam Graff. Taking third, Hennings. Rich stays at first, scoring his second run of the game, Hahn. Middlebury leading 3-0. Stremecki 0 for 3. But he has 5 homers, 22 RBIs. He's the hitter. Horowitz continues to warm up. Ferrero got the out, but Graff with his second RBI of the game. He now has 23 for the year. 3-0 Panthers, 2 outs. Runners at the corners. Pitch hit out to right field, Palmo. Makes the catch. Middlebury leaves 2. But they score a run in the 7th to extend their lead to 3-0. We're in the 7th inning stretch portion of our game on the Mammoth Sports Network, powered by NSN. Middlebury extended the lead in this game with a run in the top of the 7th. 3-0 Panthers. Still out there, Colby Morris throwing a shutout. Here's Sevi Simeone for Amherst. Curveball, ground ball to third. Smith across. He has played a terrific third base in this game. Simeone now 0 for 3, 1 out. Batter Daniel Chin. He was robbed by Smith back in the 4th inning on a ground ball that Smith dove for. 1 for 2 in the game, the DH. Morris has allowed 3 hits and 6 and a third. Chin, first pitch swinging, pops it up. Carroll goes back, makes the play, the shortstop, 2 out. Amherst swinging at first pitches, but they are 0 for 2 in this inning. A quick 2 outs. And here's Nick Nardone. 0 for 2. Struck out and has flown out. Colby Morris came into the game 4 and 2. That's a ball. A save. Nardone rips it to center, and it's caught. Out in center, Stremecki. That was hit really hard by Nardone. 3 outs for Amherst quickly in the bottom of the 7th. And after 7, it is Middlebury 3 and Amherst nothing. Middlebury looking for their 22nd win of the year. 2 years ago in 2017, they had 22 wins. The second most in program history. They wound up being the NESCAC runner-up in the tournament. And that was Mike Leonard's first year as head coach of Middlebury, the University of Connecticut graduate who was a 4-year starter at UConn, all Big East catcher twice. Former Red Sox minor leaguer, played in Portland. Former Bates coach, where he had a winning record in 6 years. Middlebury leading 3-0 in the 8th, and Andrew Ferrero's day is over. Gave Amherst 7 quality innings, but leaves on the short side of a 3-0 game. Zach Horowitz on in relief for Amherst. For Andrew Ferrero, 7 innings, 8 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Got out of trouble a couple times, keeping the game relatively close, but it's 3-0 Middlebury here in the 8th. So the versatile lefty Zach Horowitz out there for Amherst. His 17th appearance, 3-2 record, 2.78 ERA, 22 2/3 innings, 21 hits. He has 24 strikeouts in those 22 2/3 innings, 11 walks. But he has come into a lot of difficult situations and clutch situations in his Amherst pitching career. Zach Horowitz, in that series last year in Middlebury, he got the win in relief in the winner-take-all game in Game 3 of that series with 2 2/3 of scoreless relief against Middlebury. Got the win. Mike Dow got the save in that game, which put Amherst into the tournament that they eventually won. Here today, kind of similar to how last year went, in that Morris threw a shutout that day. Middlebury beat Andrew Ferrero 7-0. First pitch swinging, line drive, deep right, Palmo back and makes the catch. Alan Guild hit it well off Horowitz, lefty to lefty. But Palmo made the play, 1 out here in the 8th. And we've seen a lot of first pitch swinging in recent at-bats. Brooks Carroll, 0 for 2 and a sacrifice. He has struck out twice. We're in the 8th, 3-0 Middlebury. Swing and a foul tip, 0-1. So again, Middlebury won 7-0 last year in the Morris-Ferrero matchup. Carroll in that game, by the way, had 3 RBIs, the batter here. 0-1 with 1 out. Fouls it off, 0-2. And Hahn that day, in the first game win by Middlebury in Middlebury last year, he went 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored and an RBI, a steal, a double. 0-2, 1 out. Carroll takes, that's outside, 1-2. Today, Hahn has scored twice, is 1 for 3 with a walk. So he's in the middle of a lot of things, Justin Hahn. 1-2 with 1 out. That's in the dirt, 2-2. Two errors by Stephen Burke in the 3rd inning led to the first run of the game for Middlebury, an unearned run. And Sam Graff has had 2 RBIs since. 2-2 pitch, fouled off. Graff's first RBI came on a 2-out single in the 5th inning. And then he had a sacrifice fly in the 7th. Count is 2-2 with 1 out. Horowitz to Carroll. Ground ball to Nardone. Nice hop. Throws across. 2 out. So 2 up, 2 down for Zach Horowitz. Greg Gouldsby the batter. 0 for 3. Grounded out. Flown out. Grounded out. A homer and 14 RBIs. Two outs, nobody on, 3-0 Middlebury, top of the 8th, here at Amherst. Pitches low, ball 1. One and 0 with 2 outs. It is now 6-1 Williams, top of the 9th at Wesleyan. Williams, the home team. Fouled off. Game was supposed to be in Williamstown. Couldn't play it, so they're playing it today in Middletown. And Williams with a chance to go 6-4 in the NESCAC West. 1-1, 2 out. Curveball fouled off, 1-2. So we'll try to give you a final on that. We're in the 8th inning. The count 1-2 with 2 outs to Gray Gouldsby, lefty to righty. Reaches for it. Horowitz fields his position, and he'll take it all the way. That is 1-1 on my scorecard. 3 up, 3 down for Zach Horowitz. Middlebury does not score in the 8th inning. Colby Morris back out for the bottom of the 8th for Middlebury. The starting pitcher, the outstanding senior. Morris has gone 7 innings, 3 hits. He had that walk in the last half inning, but that was the first walk he issued of the game to Joe Palmo, and then he got a double play on a ground ball by Stephen Burke, getting himself out of a little mini crisis in the 6th inning. But he has done a great job. He's had 3 1-2-3 innings in the game. And the Mammoths down 3 in the 8th inning. Middlebury looking to gain the advantage in this 3-game series. So the batter, Kyler Kopax, playing left field today, has a single, and he was hit by Morris in the 5th inning. He was left at third base when Amherst could not bring him in. First batter in the bottom of the 8th, Amherst down 3. Swing and a miss, high fastball, 0-1. Morris has 4 strikeouts, 3 swinging thus far. Count 0-1. Hit hard, base hit, Kopax. 2 for 2, starting the bottom of the 8th with a single. So for the year now, Kopax doing a great job in his times at the plate. He's now 10 for 26. Here's Tyler Marshall. 0 for 1 and a sacrifice. Pops it up. It falls down. Fielded by Carroll. Throws to second and he gets the force. That was a tremendous play by Carroll. He could not field the pop-up, but he fielded it on a bounce with the backhand, kept his cool, and made the throw over to second to get a 6-4 fielder's choice out. Kopax retired. Marshall now on first. The ball fell in, and Carroll made the pickup and got the force play. Kopax had to hold up because he didn't know if it would be caught. Here's Terada Herzer. Takes a strike, so 1 on, 1 out. Kopax retired on the fielder's choice. On first is Marshall. 0-1, 1 out, the pitch. Down low, 1-1. Eighth inning, 3-0 Middlebury. Amherst with 1 on, 1 out. Terada Herzer hits it up the middle, base hit. Now Amherst will send the tying run to the plate. Joe Palmo, first and second, 1 out. And remember, Joe Palmo had a 3-run homer in Amherst's last game, the 6-4 win against J.P. Pine's former team, Clark. Both he and Simeone had 3-run homers the last time Amherst played. Palmo has 2 homers this year and 23 RBIs with his .343 average coming in. First and second, 1 out, 3-0 Middlebury. Bottom of the 8th. Big moment. First pitch. Taken down low, ball 1. You've got Stephen Burke on deck. Chance for Amherst in this crucial opening game of the 3-game series. 1-0 with 1 out. Runners first and second. Righty to lefty. Morris to Palmo. Taken. Outside, 2-0. Morris's lone walk in the game was to Palmo. Back in the 6th inning. 2-0. First and second, 1 out. Joe Palmo having a terrific sophomore year. Last year as a first year. Hit .314. 2-0, 1 out, first and second, the pitch. Swing and a miss, good off speed. Palma was way out in front of that, 2-1. Took an awkward swing. On second is Marshall. On first is Terada Herzer. He just singled. Count 2-1, the pitch. High, 3-1. Stephen Burke, again, is the on-deck batter. And he's having a big offensive season. 3-1 with 1 out. Morris to Palma. Popped up along the right field line. False foul. Out of play, no play. So the count 3-2 with 1 out. Palma swinging on the 3-1, a good hitter's count. But now it's 3-2. Amherst down 3 in the 8th. Palma tying run at the plate. 3-2 with 1 out. The outstanding Colby Morris has a shutout working through 7 1/3. But he has a tough hitter in Palma at the plate. 3-2, 1 out. Big pitch coming here. Fouled off. That was a little high. Went after it. Did not want to get caught looking. Kept the at-bat alive. Count remains 3-2. 1 out. 2 on for Amherst. Down 3 in the 8th. Middlebury has scored 1 run in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th. 3-2 pitch with 1 out. Fouled off. Another high fastball. He fouled it back. This is an outstanding matchup. Colby Morris versus Joe Palma. Righty to lefty. 2 runners on for Amherst. The inning started with a Kopax hit. He was erased on a fielder's choice. But then a base hit by Terada Herzer. Marshall the runner at second. Terada Herzer on first. 3-2 pitch yet again. Hit to right. Along the line. Deep, deep. It is gone! 3-run home run, Joe Palma! And that ties the game at 3. Dramatic moment at Amherst. The Mammoths come back with 3 in the 8th off Colby Morris. Joe Palma on a 3-2 pitch. He fouled off a couple 3-2 pitches. And he launched that over the wall and right. And the Mammoths have made this a brand new game. 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th. And now they're still at the plate with Stephen Burke. 2 straight games, Joe Palma's had 3-run home runs. Burke swings and misses. 3-3, bottom of the 8th. 3rd homer of the year for Palma. Count 0-1 with 1 out. Swing and a miss. 0-2. So now you have Mike Dow warming up for Amherst. Game is tied. 0-2, 1 out. Dow the closer. But we may have a tie game in the 9th. At minimum. Amherst still up there. Only 1 out. It's now 3-3 the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strikeout Morris. Fanning Burke. Joe Palma's 3-run home run has tied the game. And here's a hitter very capable of a homer, Chase Henley. He has 4 home runs this season in his senior year. 2 outs, nobody on, but Amherst has tied the game. Pitches low, ball 1. Henley with 4 home runs, 30 RBIs. 1-0 with 2 outs. Curveball taken 2-0. Darkness in the late afternoon at Amherst, but things brightening for the Mammoths with that 3-run homer. Henley fouls it off. Count 2-1. It poured early this afternoon, but they got the game going. Thankfully, the rain has held off to this point. 2-1, 2 outs, 3 in for Amherst. 3-3 game, the pitch. Henley fouls it to the left side, 2-2. Joel Palma launched that 3-2 pitch. He fouled off a couple high fastballs, and then on the next 3-2 pitch, he drove it high and deep over the right field wall to tie this game with a 3-run homer. The pitch to Henley, taken, just missed, 3-2. Morris thought he had that. Mike Dow continues to warm for Amherst. 3-2 to Henley. Popped up into the outfield. Relatively deep, but it's lined up in left center, and the catch made by Hahn to retire the side. But Amherst comes back with 3 in the bottom of the 8th on the 3-run homer by Joel Palma. And we move to the 9th inning with the game tied at 3, and Zach Horwitz is coming out for the 9th inning for Amherst in this 3-3 game. He pitched the 8th, 1-2-3. It's the 9th hitter, Hayden Smith, followed by Justin Hahn and Andrew Hennings for Middlebury here in the 9th. Middlebury had taken the 3-0 lead with 1 run in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th innings. They had chances to add to that lead, and there were a couple times they stranded runners with a chance to get even more. And that has come back and hurt, because Palmo's 3-run homer here in the 8th has tied the game. And now we're in this 9th inning, and it's drama time at Memorial Field. Zach Horwitz back out for his 2nd inning of work. Things had been moving along for Middlebury. The NESCAC pitcher of the year out there with a shutout going. He had allowed only 3 hits prior to the bottom of the 8th, but then Kopax with the hit, Terada Herzer with a hit, and then Palma with a 3-run homer. And we are in the 9th inning of a tied game. Final score, Williams has defeated Wesleyan. 6-9-2 for Williams, 1-8-2 for Wesleyan. We'll give you the ramifications of that when we get a moment. But let's focus on this top of the 9th here with Hayden Smith. 1 for 3 and a run scored. 2 outstanding defensive plays as well. First pitch to him, taken for a strike, 0-1. Zach Horwitz. High leverage pitcher for Amherst out there for his 2nd inning of work. Count 0-1. 3-3 9th inning. The 0-1. Curveball. Low and away, 1-1. On deck is Justin Hahn, the top of the lineup for Middlebury. He'll be followed by Andrew Hennings. Count is 1-1, nobody out. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Middlebury had led since the 3rd inning until the bottom of the 8th when Palma tied the game with a 3-run homer. Count 1-2, nobody out. Horwitz to Smith. Taken. Called 3rd strike. 1 out here in the 9th. 4 up, 4 down for Zach Horwitz. That was on the inside corner. And Smith was rung up by the home plate umpire, Tom Ryberg. The batter, Justin Hahn. 1 for 3, 2 runs scored. The leadoff hitter takes. That's a strike. Hahn has walked. They scored 31 runs for Middlebury. Want to keep him off the bases. 0-1. That's line to Burke. 2 outs. Hit hard by Hahn. But Burke was there. And 5 in a row for Horwitz. 2 outs in the 9th. Here's Andrew Hennings, who's 3 for 4 with an RBI. His RBI came on a fielder's choice. 2 outs, nobody on. 3-3 Middlebury and Amherst. That's a strike 0-1. So I guess one of the questions is, will Colby Morris come out for the 9th inning in this tied game? He allowed the 3-run homer to Palmo. 0-1, 2 out. The pitch. Down low, 1-1. At the moment, I don't see anybody warming up in the Middlebury bullpen. So this may be Colby Morris's game in the 9th. We'll see. Count 1-1, 2 out. The 1-1. Down low, 2-1. Mike Dow continues to warm up for Amherst. There is a right-handed hitter scheduled up next. Horowitz, the lefty. He's pitched an inning and 2/3. Has not allowed a base runner. 2-1 pitch. Taken. That's a ball, 3-1. Horowitz has 11 walks this year. In 24 1/3 innings. 3-1 the count, 2 out. That's hit to the right side. Fair, base hit. Hennings rounds. Palmo plays it back. So a 2-out bloop single for Andrew Hennings, his 4th hit of the game. Middlebury does not have a steal in the game. This is a running team. We've talked about it at length. There's 2 outs here. Hennings is 7 for 7 on steal tries. This is Alec Rich, his 3rd at bat in the game. He's 1 for 2 in the game the first year. Mike Dow is loose and ready to go, but Horowitz will remain out there for Amherst. Lefty to righty, runner at first, 2 out. First pitch to Rich, taken outside, ball 1. Alec Rich, 1 homer, 5 RBIs, 283 average coming into the game, and again, he's 1 for 2 in the game. Hennings on first with 2 outs, 3-3 in the 9th. The check in the 1-0. Outside, 2-0. So the count 2-0. Would they think about sending Hennings here on this 2-0 pitch with 2 out? The check and the 2-0. Taken. That's a strike, 2-1. Count is 2-1 with 2 outs. Runner at first in a tie game. 2-1 pitch. Taken. That's another strike. 2-2. Horowitz back in the count here. Hennings on first with 2 outs. He has 4 hits in the game. 7 steals on the season. Count is 2-2 with 2 out. The long check. Time called. Horowitz thinking possible steal. He works quickly. 2-2 pitch. Here we go. Hit hard. Right center. Terada Herzer slides and makes the catch. 3rd out in the top of the 9th. Kai Terada Herzer on the slightly wet field, sliding and catching that fairly well hit ball by Alec Rich. And Middlebury does not score in the top of the 9th. Amherst with a chance to win the game in the bottom of the 9th now in this 3-3 game, and Colby Morris is back out there. So Amherst with Simeone leading off the bottom of the 9th. Daniel Chin, Nick Nardone scheduled after him. Sevi Simeone tied for the NESCAC lead in home runs with 5. Simeone is 0 for 3 in the game. He has struck out, popped out to second, and grounded out to third. Tied for the NESCAC lead in home runs. Colby Morris back out there. Pitch to Simeone. Ball 1. Morris allowed the 3-run homer to Palmo in the 8th inning. 1-0 to Simeone the pitch. Curveball. 2-0. 3-9-0 for Middlebury. 3-6-2 for Amherst. Bottom of the 9th. Nobody out. 2-0 pitch. Morris to Simeone. Now Simeone steps out. 5 home runs this year. 2-0 pitch. Hit to right. It's going to stay in play deep, but caught. Graff near the foul pole. Simeone gave it a ride, but a little high in the air. Couldn't get carry on that fly ball. 1 out. Daniel Chin, who's 1 for 3, comes up. He was robbed by Hayden Smith in the 4th inning on a diving play. 1 out, nobody on. Count 1-0. Six hits for Amherst. The biggest, the 3-run homer by Joe Palmo in the 8th. 1-0 pitch. Ground ball. Up the middle. Carroll at short. Throws to first. 2 out. 2 up, 2 down for Colby Morris in the bottom of the 9th. And here's Nick Nardone. Nick Nardone has power. Does not have a homer this year. He had 2 last year. It's Senior Day weekend. Just saying. But it's 3-3 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Morris to Nardone. So he took a rip at that. 0-1. Thinking along the lines that I was. I think on that. Amherst tied it in the 8th with a 3-run homer. It's still 3-3. 2 outs. Nobody on. Bottom of the 9th. The 0-1. Nardone takes. That's a strike off speed. Morris. So tough. 0-2. 8 2/3. He's given up 6 hits. 0-2, 2 out. In the dirt. 1-2. Kyler Kopax would be next. He has 2 hits in the game. But we are 1 out away from extra innings. But Nick Nardone at the plate, hoping to be a hero. Takes. 2-2. 2-2, 2 out. Bottom of the 9th. Tie game. Here comes the 2-2 to Nick Nardone from Colby Morris. In the dirt, 3-2. Nardone with that great eye. 23 walks this year. And he's capable, by the way, of getting a steal. He has 5. 3-2 pitch. Taken. That's ball 4. Oh, and Morris thought he had that. Second walk. 24th walk of the year for Nick Nardone. He has 5 steals in 6 attempts. He is the winning run on first with 2 outs. Kyler Kopax, the batter. 2 for 2, and he's been hit by a pitch. Takes the first pitch. That was a strike, 0-1. Oh, correction, ball 1. Ball 1. 1-0, 2 outs. Nardone on first, the winning run potentially. Ground ball in the hold. Smith dove, knocked it down. Carroll to first, save. Infield hit. Kopax, his 3rd of the game. His 3rd hit of the game. Smith again with the dive. That time he was not able to make the snag of the ball. It deflected to Carroll, who tried to get Kopax. And now Amherst with the winning run on second. First and second, 2 outs. We'll see who Amherst sends up. It's Tyler Marshall's spot in the lineup. Meanwhile, we're having a mound conference with Colby Morris, who's now allowed 7 hits. He got the first 2 outs here in the ninth, but then walked Nardone and gave up a hit to Kolpax. So the pinch hitter for Amherst is going to be Will Murphy, hitting a .231 with 1 homer, 9 RBIs. We talked about it. Will Murphy had a big third game of the series last year against Middlebury with 2 for 5 and 2 RBIs in that winner-take-all game. This is Tyler Marshall's spot in the lineup. Marshall went 0 for 2 with a sacrifice. But now Will Murphy with the chance to give Amherst the win with a potential walk-off. He had the winning walk-off hit against Wisconsin Stevens Point back on March the 14th. 2 outs, first and second, 3-3. Morris still out there for Middlebury. Nardone's on second. The pitch is a curveball taken for a ball 1. Bottom of the ninth. Palmo's 3-run homer tied it in the 8th. Amherst putting 2 runners on here in the ninth with 2 outs and nobody on. A walk to Nardone, a base hit by Kolpax. The pinch hitter Murphy wanting to win the game right now for Amherst. 1-0, 2 outs. The pitch taken. 2-0. Kai Terada Herzer is the on-deck hitter with 2 out. The count 2-0. Nardone on second. The winning run, potentially. Kyra Kolpax on first. Count is 2-0 with 2 out. Here comes the 2-0. Taken. That's a strike, 2-1. Dramatic game here at Memorial Field. These teams vying for the NESCAC tournament in a 3-3 game in the ninth inning. 2-1 with 2 out. Morris to Murphy. The 2-1. Taken. That's a strike, 2-2. Will Murphy, the junior from Washington, D.C., hit .271 last year with 8 RBIs. Has 9 RBIs this year and a home run. He homered against Wesleyan. The count is 2-2 with 2 out. Nardone on second. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Morris gets the strikeout. Well, he was the NESCAC pitcher of the year last year, and that was a clutch pitching performance in his 9th inning of work, fanning Will Murphy, leaving 2 Amherst runners on base. And Amherst does not score in the bottom of the 9th. We move to extra innings. The 10th inning, 3 for Middlebury, 3 for Amherst. Mike Dow coming in for Amherst, having a big year, a 1.42 ERA, 11th appearance. He has 8 saves. This is not obviously a save situation. You bring in your closer in an extra inning game in a tie at home. And again, remember last year he worked 3 innings in that big win that put Amherst in the NESCAC tournament. So he's capable of giving you innings, but right now wants to get through the 10th. Graff, Stremecki, and Guild, the batters for Middlebury here in the 10th. So Amherst had a chance to win it in the 9th inning with 2 on and 2 out, but Will Murphy struck out by Colby Morris. I don't know how much he has left, but he stayed in there after the mound conference. .130 pitches in this game for Colby Morris. 41 balls, 89 strikes. Morris giving up 7 hits in those 9 innings, 3 runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts, none bigger than the one to Will Murphy. Mike Dow's only decision this year came early in the season the loss to Southern Maine, one of the best teams in the country. But other than that, he has been outstanding. So here's Sam Graff. 2 RBIs in the game, first pitch. That's high, ball 1. In his 12 2/3 innings, Dow has 5 walks and 15 strikeouts. Count 1-0. Top of the 10th. Slider for a strike, 1-1. Mike Dow, the senior from Joliet, Illinois. Sam Graff, the batter, takes. That's high, 2-1. He had an RBI single in the 5th with 2 outs. He had a sac fly in the 7th. 2-1. Nobody out. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Stremecki on deck. Tied with Simeone for the NESCAC home run lead, 5. 2-2, nobody out. The pitch by Dow. Hit foul. Diving Nardone, but that was wide of the bag. The count remains 2-2. I'm Steve Vecchione with producer and videographer Evan Haas. Dramatic game here at Memorial Field, 3-3 in the 10th. Here comes another 2-2 to Graff. Taken down low, 3-2. Graff has walked 15 times this year in his 89 at-bats. 3-2 pitch with nobody out. Taken, and that's ball 4. Dow walks his first hitter. And now Graff, the go-ahead run for Middlebury here in the 10th. And Graff is a base stealer, 16 of 17. So we'll see if they even think about that with Henry Stremecki, the batter. 0 for 4 in the game. Has flown out twice and has grounded out twice. Runner at first, nobody out in this tie game in the 10th. Throw over. Graff again, 16 steals and 17 attempts this year. Mike Dow in his first inning of work. Here comes the pitch, the bunt. Up the line. Dow fields it, can't make the play. Base hit. Graff thought about going from second to third, but he thought better of it. He remained at second. Dow tried to push it to first base. That was a good bunt and a base hit for Stremecki. So now it's first and second and nobody out. And here's Alan Gill, who was 1 for 3 on a walk, the first baseman. Will he be bunting here? 3-3 in the 10th. Nobody out. First and second for Middlebury. Left-handed hitter. The check by Dow. And now he steps off. So Dow walked Graff. And then the bunt single for Stremecki. Alan Gill is the hitter. Now Dow looks the runner back to second, Graff. Amherst was trailing 3-0 going to the bottom of the 8th, and then Joel Palmo tied the game with a 3-run homer. Amherst had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th, but Colby Morris, in his 9th inning of pitching, struck out Will Murphy with 2 runners on base and 2 out. Now Middlebury against the outstanding Mike Dow. A walk and a bunt hit. Nobody out. 10 hits for Middlebury, 7 for Amherst in the game. Here comes the pitch. He is bunting, and I think he was hit by was he hit by it? No. That's a foul ball. It's a strike. 0-1. Was not hit by the pitch. Brooks Carroll is the on-deck batter. Guild is 1 for 3 with a walk in the game. He has 8 RBIs and a home run. We talked about the idea of bunting. He was squaring to bunt there, but he fouled it off. Will he do it again? Mike Leonard, the coach of Middlebury, in his third year. 21-9 Middlebury. 0-1, nobody out. The infield charging, he bunts it foul. 0-2. Oh, now he was hit by the pitch, and now Mike Dow's arguing. And now J.P. Pine's going to come out. Well, I thought he might have been, the way he was going after those bunts, it was kind of weird looking. It was similar the first time and the second time. That time they're saying he was hit. And now they're going to talk about it. The three umpires, Tom Ryberg, Ryan DeMare, and Sam Finn, are going to discuss this. Was he hit by the pitch? This is a crucial decision. It'll either be, I would presume it was either fouled off. I don't even know if he called it a ball or not in that case if he wasn't hit by it. But this is either bases loaded, nobody out, or first and second, nobody out, depending upon what they rule here. This is a huge decision by the umpires in this 3-3 game in the 10th. What are they going to say here? They're going to put it back to the plate. Wow. Now the question is it a ball or a strike? And if it's a ball, will he be bunting again? Major decision by the three umpires. Tom Ryberg, the home plate umpire, made the original call. Mike Leonard is not happy, obviously, with that decision. The umpires overrule the home plate umpire's call. They get together in the attempt to get the call correct. I see a strike on the scoreboard, so it's 0-2. The batter, back to the plate, Alan Guild. The runner at second is Sam Graff. Henry Stremecki is on first. Count 0-2, nobody out. Big call. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Not bunting. Takes. Called third strike. What a turnaround. It went from bases loaded, nobody out, to first and second, one out. Dow fans Guild looking. And here's the dangerous Brooks Carroll. 0 for 3 and a sacrifice in the game, but a .320 hitter with a homer and 23 RBIs, the .320 average coming into the game. First and second, one out. Big strikeout by Dow. A lot of work left to be done here. First pitch. Carroll takes high, ball one. This inning started in the 10th with a walk to Graff. Bunt single by Stremecki. And then Alan Guild struck out looking after initially it was thought that he was hit by the pitch, which would have made it bases loaded, nobody out. Instead, it's first and second, one out. Count 1-0, one out. The pitch coming up to Carroll here. Now time call. Carroll with 23 RBIs. Junior from Davidson, North Carolina. As a sophomore, he hit .299 with a homer and 15 RBIs. He's a dangerous hitter, and this is a clutch situation for Middlebury. Count 1-0 with one out in this tie game in the 10th. Dow the pitch. Taken. High and inside, 2-0. Dow walked the first hitter. Gave up a bunt single, but then got a strikeout. Behind here, 2-0. Carroll, who handles the bat well. Carroll hitting 7th in the lineup. 2-0 with one out. Graff at second. Stremecki at first. Now Dow looking Graff back. Again, Graff has 16 steals in 17 attempts this year. One of many Middlebury players capable of getting a steal. 2-0. Dow is working very carefully here, trying to keep the runners close. He's behind here. The count is 2-0 with one out. The pitch, fastball swung and fouled off, 2-1. Carroll swinging 2-0. A A very rainy early afternoon. It has been a dark late afternoon, but we've not had any rain, and this has been a tremendously exciting game here. 3-3 in the 10th inning. 2-1 with one out. Dow to Carroll. Curveball's low, 3-1. Greg Gouldsby, the scheduled hitter, on deck. He's 0 for 4 in the game. So it's 3-1, one out, runners first and second, 3-3, top of the 10th. Mike Dow, the reliever. The 3-1 to Carroll, taken. Strike on the outer half, 3-2. All right, will the runners be going in this spot? There's one out. The count is 3-2. Runners first and second. Dow is more than capable of getting a strikeout, as we saw the previous batter, Alan Guild. Dow has 16 strikeouts in 13 innings. 3-2, one out. Brooks Carroll hitting over 300 with 23 RBIs, the hitter. First and second, one out. This is taking quite a while to get this 3-2 pitch off in this crucial moment. Dow looks in. First and second, one out. Carroll takes ball 4. The runners were not going. Second walk of the inning for Dow. So now bases loaded, one out for Greg Gouldsby, 0 for 4. He is grounded out to second, flown out to right, grounded out to third, and grounded out to Zach Harwitz, who came on in relief of Andrew Ferrero. Ferrero worked 7 innings for Amherst, allowed 3 runs, 2 earned. Harwitz worked 2 scoreless innings. And now the 10th belongs to Mike Dow. J.P. Pine is out at the mound, talking to not only Dow but the Amherst defense. How do they want to play this? There's one out. Middlebury has the go-ahead run at third. Greg Gouldsby, 1 homer, 14 RBIs. His home run came in the Dartmouth victory back on April the 16th. That was a 15-7 Middlebury win. Middlebury scores 8 runs per game on average. Now J.P. Pine is talking to the home plate umpire, Rydberg. Bases are loaded with one out. We'll see what the infield does on a ground ball. They're kind of halfway. Bases loaded, one out. Dow to Gouldsby. Curveball. Inside, ball 1. He's going to probably have to come in with some fastballs. Does not want to walk the batter with the bases full and one out. The count 1-0, one out the pitch. Fastball. Ball 2. 2-0. We'll see if Gouldsby's taking. Middlebury has the go-ahead run on third. The bases are loaded. We're in the 10th. There's one out. The count is 2-0. Gray, Gouldsby the batter. Dow with the 2-0 pitch. That's high, 3-0. And Middlebury is 1 ball away from retaking the lead in this game. Gray, Gouldsby has walked 5 times this year in 70 at-bats. 3-0. Dow's got to come in here with a couple fastballs and get a couple strikes. 3-0. Bases loaded. That is high. Ball 4. Middlebury takes the lead 4-3 in the top of the 10th. Gray Gouldsby gets the bases loaded walk. The 3rd walk of the inning for Mike Dow. Graff comes in to score. 4-3 Panthers. Here's Hayden Smith, 1 for 4, and a run scored in the game. has had a big defensive game. Now, we talked about the idea that Middlebury had scored runs earlier but failed to capitalize on chances to blow the game open. Once again, they have a chance to break open the game here. Bases loaded, 1 out, 4-3 game. Pitches low, ball 1. Mike Dow has had a terrific year with his 8 saves, but he has walked 3 hitters and allowed a bunt hit here in the 10th inning. Sevi Simeone coming out. Warming up for Amherst is Carson Glazier, the lefty for Amherst. A run already in for Middlebury. They lead 4-3 here in the 10th. Williams has won today. With Williams' victory, they now sit at 6-4 in the West. They got their 22nd win today. Wesleyan, meanwhile, drops to 4-6 in the West. Wesleyan will have to sweep Williams tomorrow to stay in it. But let's get back to this. The count 1-0. The bases are loaded. There's 1 out. 4-3 Middlebury. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled off. Hayden Smith being aggressive with the bases loaded. He has 20 RBIs this year. 277 average coming into the game. The junior hit .364 last year with 22 RBIs. An outstanding player, Hayden Smith, up there with the bases loaded. The count 1-1. 1-1 on the way. Curveball down low, 2-1. Stremecki's on third. Carroll is on second. Goulsby is on first. There's 1 out. Middlebury already with a run in. They have recaptured the lead here in the 10th. 4-3. Mike Dow looking to keep it where it is. 2-1 the count, 1 out the pitch. That hits him, and that's going to be another run coming in with the bases loaded. Gives Smith an RBI on the hit batter. 5-3 Middlebury. Coming in to score, Stremecki. Everybody moves up a base. Carroll to third, Goulsby to second, and now Smith on first. And that'll be it for Mike Dow. J.P. Pine coming out. Middlebury has taken the lead here in the 10th with 2 runs. We'll take a short break, come back to resume the top of the 10th with Carson Glazier on relief. 5-3 Middlebury, middle of the 10th on the Mammoth Sports Network. Carson Glazier, the reliever for Amherst. Middlebury with 2 runs here in the top of the 10th. They've retaken the lead. They lead 5-3. Carson Glazier is the junior from San Marino, California, with a 1-0 record, 3.62 ERA in 27 1/3 innings. He has 31 strikeouts in 27 1/3 innings, so he's a strikeout pitcher. This inning started with a walk to Sam Graff. Mike Dow came in this tie game, the Amherst closer. Stremecki laid down a bunt up the first baseline. Dow tried to basically push the ball to the first baseman to get the out, but it was a bunt single for Stremecki. And then after Alan Guild was at first thought to have been hit by a Dow pitch, they overruled it after the umpires conferred. Guild came back to the plate and Dow was able to strike him out. So it was first and second, 1 out. But then Carroll walked, Goulsby walked to force in the first Middlebury run. And then Smith was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. 2 runs have come in. Just 1 hit in the inning for Middlebury. They've put 5 runners on base. The bases are loaded for Justin Hahn, who lined out to Stephen Burke his last time up. In the game, Hahn is 1 for 4 with 2 runs scored and a walk. Glazier to Hahn with the bases loaded. That's outside, ball 1. There have already been 3 walks and a hit batter in this top of the 10th. Middlebury has 10 hits in the game. Hahn has 21 RBIs this season. Count 1-0 with 1 out. Hahn hits it out to left center. Kopax backs up, makes the catch. Coming in to score the 3rd run of the inning for Middlebury and Brooks Carroll. Sacrifice fly for Hahn. His 22nd RBI of the season. And the Panthers with a 6-3 lead, 2 outs. Here's Andrew Hennings, who is 4 for 5 in the game with an RBI. First and second now, 2 out. Interestingly, with his 4 hits, the RBI came on his lone out on a fielder's choice. 2 outs, the pitch. Ball 1. So Hahn with the sacrifice fly. 3 runs in for the Panthers. They led 3-0 until the bottom of the 8th. Joe Palmo's 3-run homer tied it. But now 3 more runs for Middlebury to regain the lead by 3. They're up 6-3. Pitch taken for a strike by Hennings. We talked about Colby Morris and all the pitches he's thrown for Middlebury in this game. Not sure he would come out for the 10th inning. 1-1, 2 out. Popped up. Out at second base, and now who wants it? It's taken by Burke. Side is retired. But 3 runs score for Middlebury. Hennings now 4 for 6 in the game. Glazier got a couple outs, but Mike Dow gave up 3 runs for Amherst in the 10th inning. And we move now to the bottom of the 10th with Amherst again down 3 runs. Joe Palmo's 3-run homer tied it in the 8th. Amherst had first and second. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. The pinch hitter Will Murphy was struck out by Colby Morris. And he does come out, Colby Morris, after 9 innings. He would stand to get his 5th win of the year. Some clutch pitching by him after he had surrendered the lead. We have a reliever for Middlebury. I believe it's 21 George Goldstein, the sophomore, who has 2 saves this year. 14 2/3 innings. 7 hits only. Just 1 run. 7 walks, 15 strikeouts. A 1-1 record with the 2 saves, but he's a tough customer. George Goldstein. Now Amherst did get a win against George Goldstein in that decisive game last year. He pitched 3 innings, gave up 9 hits, 2 runs, both unearned, and he had 5 strikeouts. But Amherst defeated George Goldstein last season. But he has had a very good year for Middlebury. The sophomore from Staples High School, Westport, Connecticut. It'll be the top of the lineup for Amherst. Kai Terada-Herzer, Joe Palmo, and Stephen Burke down 3 in the bottom of the 10th. Doubleheader tomorrow. Senior Day here at Amherst, 12:30. Evan and I will be with you for the 2 games. Hopefully the weather will cooperate on what is a basically rainy weekend, both today and for part of the weekend, but hopefully tomorrow will be okay. Amherst down 3 in the bottom of the 10th. Kai Terada-Herzer, the leadoff hitter. First pitch by Goldstein's a ball. Terada-Herzer had a big hit in the 8th inning and scored on the 3-run homer by Palmo. Count 1-0. Taken. That's a strike. Amherst scored all its runs in the 8th inning. Kopax had a hit after a fielder's choice. A Terada-Herzer hit, and then a Palmo 3-run homer. But Terada-Herzer swings at that Goldstein offering. The count is 1-2, nobody out. 6-3 Middlebury, bottom of the 10th. The 1-2 pitch. High, 2-2. George Goldstein. He's walked 7 hitters in 14 2/3. 2-2 pitch. Swung on. Toronto Herzer stayed in the at-bat on that very slow off-speed pitch. But he got a piece of it, so it's still 2-2. Toronto Herzer with that outstanding on-base percentage. 2-2 again. Here we go. Hit up the middle, but backhanded at second. Throw to first, making the play. Hennings. Toronto Herzer retired. 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. And now Joel Palmo. His 3-run homer tied the game in the 8th and had Memorial Field in a frenzy. But Middlebury withstood an Amherst chance in the bottom of the 9th, and they scored 3 in the top of the 10th. Palmo takes, and that's a strike, 0-1. 1 out. Bottom of the 10th, nobody on for Amherst. Down 3. The 0-1. 1-1. Walks hurt Amherst in the top of the 10th. Dow walked 3 hitters and hit a batter. 3 runs for Middlebury in the top of the 10th. Palmo rips it down the left field side. Base hit. He will round first, thinks wisely, and does not try to take second because he needed to make sure he was not thrown out. No need to try for that extra base. He rounded the base hard, but went back, and he has his second hit of the game. So here's Stephen Burke, and if Burke can get on, that would bring Chase Henley to the plate as the tying run at the plate. Amherst needs another base runner to get the tying run on. 1 on, 1 out. Amherst down 3. Goldstein to Burke. Strike 1. Now, Burke did not start the game. He came in the field in the second inning. He's 0 for 3 in the game. 0-1 pitch with 1 out. Up and in. Burke hit into a double play in the 6th inning. Started by the shortstop, Carroll. 1-1, 1 out. Palmo on first. That's outside, 2-1. Colby Morris worked 9 innings for Middlebury. He would get the win. He got the big out with first and second and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th against Will Murphy. Goldstein, the reliever. That's hit to the right side. Will it fall fair? Foul. Wide of the line. It's a strike, and the count is now 2-2. Chasing it was Sam Graff. 2-2, 1 out. George Goldstein, the reliever. Two and two, 1 out. Pitch to Burke. That hit him. That hit him on the off speed, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate. Chase Henley. Palmo takes second. So they get the tying run to the plate, which when you're down 3 is what you are after. Goldstein has allowed 1 homer this year. Henley has 4 homers this year with 30 RBIs. 1 out, first and second, 6-3 Middlebury. Bottom of the 10th, the reliever George Goldstein, the sophomore, has 2 saves on the season. But with 1 out, he gave up a hit to Palmo, and then he hit the batter Burke. So Henley at the plate, the senior. 1 out. Now Goldstein steps off, and he committed a balk. Let's see, did they call balk there? Time might have been called. That was what happened. Initially, the balk was called, but time had been called, so it is not a balk. What really matters more than anything is that Amherst has 2 runners on, and Henley is the tying run at the plate. First pitch coming to Henley. Amherst down 3. Here we go. Taken just outside, ball one. George Goldstein. Sophomore, 14 2/3 innings coming in, just one earned run from Westport, Connecticut. 1-0, one out. Henley tying run at the plate. Here we go with the 1-0. Taken. That's a strike, 1-1. Sevi Simeone lurks on deck. Tied for the NESCAC lead in home runs. So Amherst has its power hitters up there. 1-1, one out. Ground ball. Hits slowly. Carroll fields it. Throws across. Throws it away. Palma will come in to score. And now Amherst has runners at second and third. Error. The first of the game for Middlebury on the slow roller by Henley. Palma scoring at 6-4. And Amherst has second and third and one out. 6-4 Middlebury. Now coming into pinch run for Amherst. Chris Murphy. Coming in for Henley. Carroll fielded the ball. He had to rush the throw to get Henley. Not sure if he would have had him or not. They're going to give Henley a base hit on that. There were runners at first and second, so no RBI. But more than anything, a run in, second and third, one out. Amherst has the tying runs on second and third, and Simeone represents the winning run. Murphy is the pinch runner on second. Burke is on third. Palmo has scored in the inning. He started this with a base hit. You had a hit batter. Henley with a base hit. Second on the error. Simeone in the game, 0 for 4. 18 RBIs to go with his 5 homers. First pitch to him on, let's see what they called there. That is a, not sure of his signal there. Next pitch to Simeone. Taken. I believe the count is 2-0. Amherst has the tying, they put it on the scoreboard 1-1. 1-1. Second and third, one out. Goldstein to Simeone. Pops it foul out of play. Now it's 1-2. The first pitch was a strike. I wasn't sure how he signaled there. But second and third, one out. 1-2. Righty to righty. Great matchup. Goldstein and Simeone. Burke on third. The pinch runner Murphy on second. Amherst down 2. The pitch. Swing and a miss. A big strikeout for Goldstein. Getting Simeone 2 outs. All right. It's up to Daniel Chin. Daniel Chin is 1 for 4. The first year. 333 coming into the game, a homer and 17 RBIs. Burke on third. The pinch runner Murphy on second. 6-4 Middlebury. 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch. Inside corner, strike 1. Middlebury scored 3 in the top of the 10th. Amherst with a run in the 10th. The tying runs on second and third with 2 out. Count 0-1. Daniel Chin, 17 RBIs. Goldstein to Chin. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Goldstein, 15 strikeouts in 14 2/3 coming into this inning. Count 0-2 with 2 out. Chin got a piece of it on the off speed. The count holds 0-2. Goldstein just struck out Simeone for his 16th strikeout in relief. Trying for his 3rd save. 0-2 to Chin. 2 runners in scoring position with 2 out. The pitch. Taken. That is a strike. And Middlebury has defeated Amherst in a dramatic game, 6-4. J.P. Pine is questioning whether that was a strike. He is talking to Tom Ryberg, but Middlebury has won this dramatic victory. They led 3-0 going to the bottom of the 8th, and Joe Palmo hit a 3-run homer to tie it. Middlebury scored 3 in the top of the 10th. Amherst came back with a run, and then second and third with 1 out, and Goldstein got out of a major jam by fanning both Simeone and Shin. And it's Middlebury improving to 6-4 in the NESCAC West. They are now tied with Williams at 6-4. Amherst sits alone in 3 at 5-5. Wesleyan drops to 4-6. Amherst in a position tomorrow where they need to sweep Middlebury on Senior Day. Middlebury with the advantage. And this is what happened last year to this point. Middlebury won the first game in the big 3-game series last year, but then Amherst won the next 2. Amherst will need 2 wins tomorrow. The Mammoths dropped to 15-13-1 overall. Middlebury improves to 22-9. Colby Morris, what a pitcher for Middlebury, gets the win. He is 5-2. He went 9 innings, allowed 3 runs, and he got out of big trouble in the 9th inning to send this game to extra innings. Mike Dow, pitching in the 10th for Amherst, takes the loss, 0-2 on the season. So again, Middlebury and Williams are now tied in the NESCAC West. Doubleheader here tomorrow. Senior Day, 2 games. I'm Steve Vecchione for Evan Haas. Once again, Middlebury in 10 innings defeats Amherst 6-4. You've been watching the Mammoth Sports